We are live on Poker House Fort Worth, YouTube, and Facebook for the $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament with bomb pots. That's right, the bomb pots on every level change. This is a tournament poker, free roll, no limit hold'em, just like normal, but every level change, they do a bomb pot, extra little spice into this tournament. The tables are getting set up. People moved over to the feature table. We're going to have a feature table and a couple outer tables. So we'll have people moving in and out. But registration for this tournament, you still have about an hour and 45 minutes to get into the tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth tonight. And you could find yourself on the feature table and definitely on the stream if you make the final table, because we're going to take you all the way down to the winner of this Friday night, 7 p.m. start, $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. My name is Reese. Thanks for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth Live. We'll be getting started here shortly. We want to welcome everyone for tuning in. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have going on here at Poker House Fort Worth while these tables get set up. We're on a 15-minute delay. Tournament started right at about close to 15 minutes ago, so we'll have cards in the air here momentarily. But one thing that we're going to be talking about tonight while we're watching this tournament play out, next Tuesday, we're just 4 days away from the Summer Jam 2. The Summer Jam that we ran back in June, we are running it back, finishing out this summer strong. It is a $65 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right, $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65 entry. Get yourself $20,000 in chips for that $65, and then you can pay just an additional $10 instant bonus for $10,000 in chips. So for $75 total, gets you a $30,000 chip stack. Then you have 8 flights. 8 flights next week: Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We're going to have 1 flight on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 6 p.m. And then Friday, we're going to have a noon and a 6 p.m. flight. And then next Saturday, noon, 6 p.m., and then a 10 p.m. turbo flight. Now, why are 8 flights so important? Because you get to take your best 2 bags forward. That's right. 12% of each field in each flight make it into the money. 8% of the field bag and tag their chips and bring them back into the money ladder day 2, August 25th, 1 p.m. And we're going to do it this time at Poker House Fort Worth. If you remember back in June, we had day 2 at Poker House Peaks. This go around, we're going to be bringing everybody back to Poker House here in Burleson, Poker House Fort Worth. So next Tuesday, looking forward to it kicking off Summer Jam 2. Last June we did this. We had a $68,000 and change prize pool, hoping to meet and exceed that same prize pool. Like I said, hopefully it's more now that people know more about it, being only a $65 buy-in for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You just can't beat that. 2 bags moving forward, getting that top 8% twice in the 8 flights. You get to add those chip stacks together, bring them back to day 2 to fight for that first place prize. And if you're good enough, if you can bag 3 times in those 8 flights, you get that instant $500 triple bag bonus on day 2. And that's a huge return on your $65 entry. So very, very excited about that. little bit more about what we're doing right now. We're waiting for the cards to get in the air any minute now. This is the $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. It's just a normal Texas Hold'em tournament, but we have bomb pots in this one. That's right, a bomb pot every level change. So it's a normal $1,500 guaranteed tournament with bomb pots every level change. This is the third time or fourth time we've had this tournament. Last time we had this tournament, we had over 50 entries for this tournament. It was a fantastic, big, good tournament. And you that are listening or watching it right now still have an hour and 30 minutes to get into this tournament. So if you're listening and watching it near the Burleson area, Fort Worth area, you can come to Poker House Fort Worth and still get in on this tournament in the next 1 hour and 35 minutes to be exact if you're listening to me live right now. Like I said, it's a free roll. 3,000 chips, zero entry. Just a membership is all you need. You get 3,000 chips starting stack. For an optional $10 instant bonus, you get an additional 7,000 in chips for a starting stack of 10,000 in chips. And then you can add on at any point when you have 10K or less chips. $25 gets you 25,000 in chips. Like I said, we had over 50 players last tournament on this one. So excited to see what we have going on for this one tonight on your Friday night here at Poker House Fort Worth. I know we still have a cash game going on out there. And like I said, I'm probably going to be listening to me yell here in a minute, shuffle up and deal, because we are streaming 15 minutes in the past here. So there I am right there announcing up the shuffle up and deal. So here we go. $1,500 guarantee free roll with bomb pot. Of course, we're not going to start with the bomb pot. We have to just start normal poker here. We get some of the names of some of these characters that are going to be here with us for the next little bit. Of course, players will come and go, this being a tournament. Players will get moved around. We will have their chip stacks updated as best as possible as people come and go. But this is a feature table. We do have two outer tables, and so they'll have to. If you have a buddy that's that's in it, root them on. But they got to make their way to the final table or get a lucky seat change if need be to be here on stream. But as of right now, can't tell quite how many players we have, but we have a few players here. There's 4 left in this pot here. 4, 6, 7, 7 so far on this board. 3 diamonds. Diamonds do get home. No players holding diamonds. Ship here turning trip 7s with an open-ended straight draw. He's going to bet 1,600 into this pot. Orlando, who looking at a pair of 6s with a gut shot. It's a real pretty looking hand. He's even got the gut shot to the straight flush, but goes ahead and lays that one down. Mike here with the gut shot as well. He folds. Long is going to come along with his king at 5 offsuit, open-ended, looking for a straight card. It doesn't quite get there. Jack on the river doesn't change anything. So now Ship is going to fire here and not be called no matter what by Long there. Not having anything to defend him, searching for that open-ended straight draw. But yeah, so there you go. Hand number 1. We're going to be taking this one all the way down to a winner here at Poker House Fort Worth. And once again, thanks for tuning in to the stream, Poker House Live on YouTube and Facebook. I can see the chats on both, so be sure and shoot me a message on Facebook chat or on YouTube chat. Let me know where you're listening from or watching from and who you're rooting on here in this tournament. And even let me know if you're on the way. There's an hour and a half left to still get into this exact tournament and get here on stream. Let's see, we got this table. Dwayne, we all know Dwayne in seat 5. Great cage worker brush here at Poker House Fort Worth. ILBT, I guess. Seat number 9. We let these players choose whatever they want to be known as here on stream. So we're going to go with ILBT. Seat 1, Cody. I was told that is Cody. Dwayne can be the first one to act here under the gun, and I believe he's in seat number 5. Blinds are 100, 200, just getting things rolling here in this tournament. Let the graphics catch up here as we've always gets a little bit finicky whenever you have new players coming to the table. Brad going to sneakily limp in here with Ace King offsuit, Mike, Long, and Cody all coming along. Ship in the small blind, going to complete 100 more to meet the big blind, and Alfonso going to check his options. So we're going to go 7 ways to this flop. Brad way ahead with his Ace King offsuit. Flop of 4 Jack 5. 4 Jack 5. So I know the big blind had a jack. Don't remember his name. Alfonso did have a jack. Not much else for anyone else. Gut shot for one player there. Pair of sevens for Long. Alfonso checking his jack. He might get a call out of a couple of these guys here. Orlando turning the open ender, going to stick around for 500 more. Brad with the ace king offsuit. He wants to see another card. Long here, like I said, is gut shot and the pair of sevens. Fold there out of Cody. And Ship going to let his hand go as well. So we're still going to have 4 left. Heading to a river that is another 5. So board pairing 5 there. Alfonso getting the check mark on this hand here with his jack. And it's going to check all the way around, and he's going to show this one down and pick up this $3,400 pot. Most of these players starting with 10,000 in chips. You can choose to do the instant add-on for $25. So some of them do have the 35,000 in chips. As you see there down at the bottom of the screen, looks like Ship was the only one to not do the add-on just yet. Some players like to do it immediately. Some players like to kind of feel the table out and see where they stand. Like I said, if you are watching and listening near the Poker House Fort Worth area, if you're around Burleson, Texas, Fort Worth area, you've got an hour and a half to get here. Plenty of time to come get in on this fantastic $1,500 guaranteed bomb pot tournament. Dwayne under the gun going to call the 200 big blind with the ace 3 of clubs. Brad looks down at 9-7 offsuit into the muck. Long pocket nines and raise this one up to 500. Raising it up to 5. Cody 8-5 offsuit makes the call. Alfonso makes the call as well, and Dwayne's going to come along for 300 more. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. $2,200 pot already. Flop of Queen 5 deuce. That's going to be 4 clubs there for Dwayne. He's going to be definitely invested into this one here. Alfonso top pair queens. Long betting up 500 to see where he stands. Cody with the club draw as well. Tough one for him if it does come, as Dwayne's sitting here with the nut club draw. And Cody's going to raise it here, and I like that. Pair and a flush draw. Go ahead and showing the aggression. And the queen's folded. Interesting choice there. So we're still going to be 3 ways. Long going to try to peel one more, try to catch himself a 9. Jack on the turn doesn't help. Let's see if Cody keeps up the aggression. Now he's going to try to get some equity realization by checking it to a river, and tough one there for Cody. The 3rd club does come out, and Dwayne here with the check mark on this one, the ace high flush. He's going to bet out here. Now, depending on his sizing, Cody could get away from this. I'm not real sure. Only betting 3,000. Cody is sitting here with 32,000. Long is kind of a non-believer, but he goes ahead and folds it. Yeah, Cody's just got a call there with the flush. Just see the bad news. Didn't quite get out of line with it. So good on Cody there just for the call. And it's just a cooler there. Flush over flush, and Dwayne stacking up the chips. I want to welcome everyone for tuning into Poker House Fort Worth live here on YouTube and Facebook. My name is Reese, bringing you the $1,500 entry bomb pot free roll tournament. That's right. It's a normal free roll tournament, no limit hold'em, $1,500 guaranteed. Same one we do and have been doing for quite a bit, but this time We have the extra added spice of a bomb pot every level change. So anytime the blinds go up, there will be an antied bomb pot, and we will get into that once we get to that. This is the feature table. We have outer tables going as well, and you can join those outer tables, or maybe even join this feature table, depending on table draw. You still got almost an hour and a half to get into this tournament. Alfonso's going to raise this one up with the Jack 9 suited. Going to get a couple of callers here, so we're going to go three ways to a flop of King 4 deuce, two clubs, and a spade. Quickly checked all the way around. Ace of hearts on the turn. Checks around some more. To a river. The 8 front door clubs do get there. Brad with the king decides to go ahead and bet out here. And not going to get a caller from anybody. He's going to pick up that small pot, but not too small. It was raised up pretty heftily. Alfonso there, but Alfonso chose not to keep the pressure on. Dealer Jenny in the box. Hand number 5 just got started on this bomb pot tournament. Plenty of time to still get in on this thing if you are listening or watching close around the Burleson Fort Worth area. Almost an hour and a half still to get here. Long and ILBT limp in for the 200. Cody looks down at pocket kings and make this 1K straight. See if he gets any action with his pocket kings. Dwayne does have king queen suited. Wants to see if flop calls the 1,000. Way behind the pocket kings. ILBT goes ahead and calls a little bit extra. He'd already put in to see three players to a flop of ace, jack, 8, all diamonds. So Dwayne not going anywhere with the king of diamonds, and ILBT, he's got the queen of diamonds, which is not a bad one either. So if a diamond comes out, which it immediately does here on this turn, so Dwayne with the check mark. It's going to check around though, so this pot is not going to hurt anybody. When in fact it possibly could, if with ILBT having the queen, there's only one card that beats him, and nobody's really bad at it. So he's going to he's going to raise it up actually. So Dwayne, his patience did pay off here, and his slow play got him an extra couple thousand there at ILBT. Now Dwayne here going to put on a show, thinking about it, ho hum a little bit. We all know he's not thinking about calling. He's thinking about how much he can raise to get ILBT to come along as well. But it's definitely going to be red flags for ILBT once this raise comes in. And there it is. It's going to be a min raise to 8,000. Not quite a min, but close. But that was the right price. He's going to get that call by ILBT, and he's going to see the bad news as Dwayne does, in fact, have that king of diamonds. Slow played that to get maximum value. Well played there by Dwayne. Dwayne didn't bet it. Finally bet it out small, just to a point where he got raised by the player in the 9th seat, ILBT, and found a right sizing to play back at him to get called. So Dwayne has built up his stack 52K. Couple of decent sized pots gathered up by him. And we're off to the next hand. So Long looking up at pocket sevens signifies raising it up. Long is a new player here to Poker House Fort Worth. He played in the tournament here earlier this afternoon, did pretty well, and decided to come back this evening after we told him about the free roll and the bomb pot tournament. Brad here looks like he put in the 3-bet to 2,200. Pretty healthy 3-bet. Long wants to see a flop with his pocket sevens. Cody really wants to see some queens and nines or some diamonds going to come along as well. Ship ace 9 suited. He's going to make this call. And Dwayne's in a tough spot getting all this money out there, only 1,700 more, but he knows he's way behind with his ace 6 offsuit. So 3 aces held in players' hands. It's going to be hard to see a 4th ace come out here. 6-10 king. It's going to be a rainbow flop here. Gut shots for Cody and Brad. And this one's going to check around. Dwayne actually makes a pair. And there's the jack. So the ace queen 3-bet here by Brad is going to immediately pay off here on the turn. But I don't know if anybody can call him here. Chip. Oh no, Cody! I just noticed. Poor Cody has the bottom end of the straight. Brad has the only holding that currently beats him, and here we have Ship, who flopped a nut flush draw and tried to get a cheap turn card, which he did to try to hit that flush, and now he's got a bet of 6,000 and a raise to 15,000 in front of him, and lets it go. Did not want to gamble on that last club there. And here goes Brad going to put in the rest of those chips. And Cody, I guess you just have to call. You just have to call, hopefully drawing to a chop, looking for an ace on this river and only an ace. And we all know there's only one left. Doesn't quite get there. So Cody, who just got stuck, there's not much he can do about that there. Queen 9 turning the second nut straight, and Brad holding the only 2 combinations of cards that beat him there. So tough one there for Cody, but we'll see if he chooses to re-enter this free roll tournament. You can re-enter for $25 for 20,000 in chips, and instantly add on to your stack if you buy in for the first time with your 10,000. So anybody can add on for 10,000 or less in chips, but he's going to rebuy and pick up 28,000 in chips if he does come back for $25. ILBT under the gun first act calls the 2000 with a jack 4 offsuit. Ship, who made the correct fold. I don't know if I could have done it. Not in a free roll. You can always re-enter. Chose not to gamble there and chose properly as the spade did not come last hand. And we're going to go 6 ways to a flop here. Looking down at 7-7 queen. Does anybody have a 7 in their hand? No one has a 7 in their hand, but Dwayne does have a pair of queens to take the lead on this hand. Orlando deciding to cut us chips. No, he checked. So does Dwayne want to go ahead and announce himself? Looks like he is stacking up some chips. Going to make a pretty small bet here, 1,100. Maybe bet 2,000. And I don't think anybody's going to be able to come along. It's just one of those polarizing boards that you either have it or you don't. And if you're Dwayne, you don't want anybody calling you because that could be a 7 lurking to take your chips. But luckily for him, with the bet to see where he was, let's himself know that he's got it, and it drags that pot there. Still really healthy chip stack there, second only to Brad, who had that crazy cooler there with Cody. Hand number 8 in this $1,500 guaranteed bomb pot tournament. They're playing just regular Texas Hold'em, but every level change, they're going to play a bomb pot. We're going to have one here in about 3 or 4 minutes. Get to see the first bomb pot of the night. Extra little spice here to a normal Hold'em tournament. The players really enjoying the little bit of different game. Five, 7 on this flop. Checks around king on the turn. Nobody having a king. Orlando is still best with his ace 10. And he's going to be the one to bet this out for 500. Nobody wanting to look him up here. So pot takedown there for Orlando. Shows the ace 10, but little does he know that's the best hand. Thought he was bluffing, but definitely had the best hand. So I'm going to run out onto the floor and check on a quick floor call, and I will be right back for this feature table. So I'll be right back. Once again, I want to welcome everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth Live here on YouTube and Facebook. I can see both chats. Let me know where you're watching or listening from, who you're here rooting on. If a buddy of yours texted you and said, hey, I'm in this tournament, I'm on the live stream, come watch. If you have any questions about the tournament or the players or how it all works, how to become a member, put it in the chat. And you heard the blinds go up. You heard the alarm clock sound there. That means next hand is going to be a bomb pot. And we've got a stream favorite. Looks like he just sat down, bought into this tournament. You too can still get into this tournament. You got over an hour to get in if you're watching or listening from nearby the Poker House Fort Worth area here in Burleson or Fort Worth area. Got a little over about an hour and 15 minutes to still get into this tournament. Maybe find yourself on this feature table or play long enough to get to the final table where we're going to bring you 9 players for sure playing down to a winner. ILBT and Alfonso going to chop this one up at jacks and nines with a king kicker. And now you get to see the spice of the tournament. The whole thing that makes this one just a little bit different in a very fun and interesting way. The bomb pot. Every level change, we do a bomb pot. Every player puts in some money into the middle. In this case, the bomb pot is 200. So everyone will pitch in 200 chips. And we're going to go 4 cards straight to 2 flops. This is Omaha rules. Omaha rules. That means players have to play 2 cards out of their hand, no more than 2, exactly 2 cards out of their hand, and 3 on the board to make the best 5-card hand. Now, this is a double board bomb pot, so any 2 cards for either board, and one player will win half the pot for one board, and another player will win the other half of the pot for the other board, unless you can find a perfect combination of cards to play on both boards and scoop the whole thing. So Alfonso here, ace queen at 9-7. Looks like he has the diamond draw on the bottom board. Pair of 7s on the top. So he's going to bet this one out 400. Nothing for Dwayne. Let's just go. Brad going to come along 6-5-5-4. Open-ended on that top board. Going to call the 400. Long ace king. Going to come along. Vu likes his hand enough to continue. He is open-ended with the jack, queen, king. And Ship, 8 high diamond draw. Couple gut shots. Queen on the turn on the top and a board pairing king on the bottom. That could slow down some of the straight drawing players on that bottom board. Alfonso going to continue to bet out here. He's got the pair of queens and kings with an ace. He's got 7 on the top, but more importantly, the diamond draw. But the board is paired, but doesn't seem to let that bother him there. Long, who now has 3 kings on the bottom, going to come along as well and get looking for a gut shot on that top to maybe have a scooping hand. ILBT at 10-7 deuce. He's got a pair of 10s and 7s. Want to see if he can make a boat on this top board. And Vu, who has the full house on the bottom. I just now saw that he did have queen and king. Innocent 6 of hearts on the bottom, 3 of hearts on the turn. So Vu going to have the bottom board locked up all by himself. Look for him to make this pretty expensive to continue this hand. Oh, he didn't bet it. He went ahead and just checked. Unless his card reader wasn't quite accurate, which sometimes happens in these bomb pots when you have so many cards in your hand. We'll see what the dealer Jenny does here with these chips. That's her job. My job is just to talk about it. Her job is to keep it actually under control. Not so spicy of a bomb pot, just kind of a chill bomb pot. But we did see some incredible ones last time that we had this tournament. Let's see if we can get some more. We got a long way to go here on this $1,500 guaranteed buy-in at Nolan Hold'em Texas Hold'em with bomb pots every level change. And you've still got a little over an hour to get here to get into this tournament if you're watching or listening from nearby the Poker House of Fort Worth area. A little over an hour to get here and still get in on this live stream. Maybe make it to the final table and get on here and let all your friends and family know. Say, hey, tune in and watch me play poker against these guys. Pretty exciting stuff.
I just did it for the hell of it and it came 4 or 5. I just fucking around. I never raised with feature ever in my life. I never raised. I just fucking raised it and I got 4 or 5. I just fucking, you know what I mean? I told you I'm just doing it for fun.
Why? You know, Does anybody want anything from Tasty
Who doesn't? I don't want that. I want to go there and eat. I want some raw oysters. Mine's the smallest.
You're small.
Gotta get crispy.
Wish.
Get that aphrodisiac built up in there.
Brad said he'll get repeat.
Crazy.
Could you, do me a favor, Karen? Can you give me a driver's license?
No.
Just sitting over behind it. I left my driver's license behind. At the desk. In the men's bathroom. It's for reserving the charger.
Three players.
I went to the bank today, they were letting me do crap, and then my card. Oh.
No. I didn't say that. 12,000 free.
Oh, I am, never mind.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, I had to go see it, that's the thing. Very strange. 810. Tina, show it.
I have 10
Oh.
Oh, King.
You know, Brad wants to see him.
His. I was like, call.
How's that?
Hey, you can go ahead and go eat your oysters, though.
Rebuy. Yeah.
Go ahead and go get your oysters, though.
Reese back in the booth here with you for this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. You've got just right at an hour to get into this tournament if you're listening or watching it near the Fort Worth area, Burleson area, Poker House, Fort Worth. Right about an hour to get in on this $1,500 guaranteed free roll. Then we have bomb pots in this one. That's right. This is a $1,500 guaranteed bomb pot free roll. Every level change, we have a bomb pot. Should be coming up on one here in a few minutes. You can see exactly what it is. For those that don't know what bomb pots are, just a little bit of extra spice to this tournament. Players have really enjoyed this tournament the last few times we've had it. Over 50 injuries last time we had this tournament here, and they're climbing quick. 5-5 a deuce to this flop here. 4 players seeing it. Not much for anyone right now. Mike here on the button going to bet 2,000 out to see if anybody does have anything. And this may get through here. Good bet there by Mike. Pick up that small pot. Dealer Tina in the box. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Let me know where you're listening or watching from. If you have tuned in because your buddy texted you and said, hey, I'm about to be on a live stream, are you anybody on? If you know anybody in the tournament, they may make it to this feature table here, either by getting lucky on the draw for a table move or playing well enough to make it to the final table, because we're going to be playing this one all the way down here on stream till we get to a winner.
Did the cards stay the same?
Dwayne in the 5 seat. Let's go of 6 deuce offsuit. Brad holding as well. And it's a good thing because Mike in the 7 seat, waking up with pocket queens, raising it to 3,000 straight. Vu wanted to see a flop here with 10 at 9 offsuit. Heads up, pocket queens in the lead. Scary ace as always on this flop, but Mike's going to see where he's at, betting out 5,000. Vu gonna come along. Gonna try to pick up a good looking turn card here. He does pick up some additional equity. Unfortunately, that is trips there for Mike, so Mike's never going to fold here. Vu came along with the 9 at 10, going to probably be forced to call this here, but that's a big bet. No, that Vu makes the intelligent fold there. Mike just priced him out a little too much there to try to get him off that flush or possible straight draw that he was on. Like I said, Vu came along to try to steal that one, maybe to represent the ace on a later street. But as you see on their screen there, bomb pot time. The blind levels just went up. The blinds are now 300, 600, and this bomb pot is a 200 ante bomb pot. All players are going to get 4 cards. They're going to see 2 boards. They must use 2 cards out of their hand and 3 cards on the board to make the best 5-card hand. You must use 2 cards out of your hand. And since there's going to be 2 boards, one player is going to win one half of the pot. Another board winner will win the other half of the pot. You can use any 2 cards for either board. If you can somehow have a combination of cards that wins both boards, it's called a scoop. So what players are going for is they're going for the scoop on this bomb pot. In other words, if you had Jack 10 Queen in your hand right now, you would be holding the nuts on both boards. Pretty strong hand. Ships a lot of the way there with the Jack 10. You'd expect to see him to come along since he's going to get half of this pot as it stands right now. Alfonso going to be the one betting this out for 1,200. Dwayne, ace, queen, queen. Going to call the 1,200. Brad making the call as well with the bottom end of that straight. Let's see if he can let that one go as the betting gets a little bit deeper. Lots of people coming along. So that's a scary sign unless you are holding the nuts right now. And right now the only one doing that is Ship with the Jack 10. 4 of diamonds Brings to the diamond draw. The queen on the bottom doesn't change. The jack 10 nut straight there. Vu picking up a 9 high diamond draw on the top. Alfonso with a jack high diamond. Oh, there's Dwayne. He's got the ace 6 of diamonds. They're going to get to see a free river card. Huge for a lot of these players and a lot of these holdings. A board pairing queen on this river. And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to give Dwayne quads. Quads on that bottom board. Let's see how expensive he makes this here, if he can scare anyone else off this top board. As no one made the Broadway straight. It's about the only thing you can call with on that top board is if you're holding queen, jack. Unfortunately, there's only one queen left in the deck, and I'm not real sure where it's at. Dwayne's got two of them, and there's two of them on the board. So no one going to be able to make Broadway on the top there. So I don't know if anybody can call here. Mike's picked up some chips. He's got jack 7-4-4. He's got a set of fours on that top. Yeah, that's not very strong whenever jack queen's pretty liable for someone to have. But this time, no one's going to have it because, like I said, Dwayne's got all the queens. Ship going to go ahead and come along, and that's not going to be good for him because he's playing that bottom board with the straight. That's the one Dwayne's got quads on, and Ship doesn't have any kind of outs on the top either, just a pair of tens. So Dwayne is going to scoop this entire pot, playing queen on both boards. So Dwayne here, great river card for him on that bottom board. Big big pot there for Dwayne. Mike, your current chip leader at this feature table, 81,000 in chips, followed right behind him is Brad. Brad and Dwayne both sitting there at just under 70,000. Again, this tournament is just getting underway. You still have a little over 45 minutes to get in, so there's still plenty of poker action to happen. If you're listening or watching it near the Poker House Fort Worth area, located here in Burleson, Texas. About 45, a little more than 45 minutes to come in this $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. Just a Texas Hold'em tournament with bomb pots every level change. A little bit of extra spice to your typical Hold'em tournament event. 5 players are going to check this flop of 9 ace jack. 6 on the turn brings home the front door heart draw. Not a single person in the field holding hearts. Pair of sixes for long in the lead at the moment. Jack on the river doesn't change anything at all. See if anybody wants to stab at this 3,000 chip pot. Yep, and Long's going to turn over his cards here, and he's going to have the winner. Small pot, but any pot is good in tournament play. All those cards and a pair of sixes. Good enough. I know a few of these players just from being tournament players here at Poker House Fort Worth, but I think this is going to be the first time on stream for a lot of them. Not all of them, but a few of them. But for those that know, Vu there in the one seat. It's a short stack at the table with 12,000 in chips, but if you give that gentleman some chips, he can make your poker life difficult. A very aggressive, unpredictable poker player, and I think for everyone's sake right now, he is short stacked. Let the card reader catch up here just for 1 second. Lorenzo, our typical tracker everyday tracker here on stream. Stuck in that tracking booth more than I'm stuck in the commentary booth. Does a fantastic job every single time. They'll bring you the productions here at Poker House Fort Worth. ILBT in the cutoff going to raise this one up to 1200 with the ace queen offsuit. Vu is going to go ahead and put in the rest of his chips, wanting to either spin it up or re-enter, as most people do in free rolls. I don't think anybody's going to be able to call here. ILBT will probably go ahead and complete. It's quite a bit, but go ahead and put it in there. Ace queen versus queen 7. Vu, like I said, just trying to spin it up or re-enter. Unfortunately, to see the bad news, he is way behind the ace queen with his queen 7. Ace on the board is a big dagger there for Vu. 9 on the turn, no help on the river. So ILBT can win that pot there, and Vu probably going to take a quick break. Actually, doesn't even take a quick break. He immediately just rebuys into the tournament. Like I said, this guy here, he's a pretty dangerous poker player once he has a chip stack. So he definitely knows he's got a shot at this thing and go ahead and rebuy into this tournament. We've seen him on a couple streams past. Very good poker player, knows how to apply maximum pressure in key situations. Like I said, you give this gentleman a chip stack and it can be a problem, as they say at the poker tables. Mike +1 looking at an ace deuce offsuit. Going to make this call for 600. Blinds are 3 and 600. Long ace tray suited going to come in as well. ILBT 5-4 suited. Vu looking down at queen 8 offsuit. In the cutoff. Alfonso in the blind coming along as well. Dwayne checking his big blind option. King deuce offsuit.
I'm just saying. Hey, we need to give her a fucking Brad Pitt.
5 ways to a flop here.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, that needs to be Burks in the cage.
Queen 5-5. Big flop there for ILBT. Trip 5s. Not much for anyone else, though, unfortunately. Well, Dwayne did top pair. Never mind. Dwayne has top pair of kings. He's going to go ahead and check it since he does have only a 2 kicker to go with that king. Checks all the way around to a turn. Jack on the turn. It's going to give some more outs to a few players to a straight draw, I believe. Queen for Alfonso, but not going to change that gut shot. Dwayne still with the top pair of kings going to come along. See if ILBT did bet 600 to try to build something to shoot at here with his flopped trips. Mike going to come along as well with his ace deuce offsuit. 9 on the river. Not much help to any of the players. ILBT still taking this one down as long as he doesn't fold. Dwayne may have to call this $1,500 bet just because he has just enough with this king and deuce. He's got kings and 5s with a jack kicker. He's going to make that call. Mike unable to do so, not making anything. And ILBT is going to show Dwayne the bad news with the flopped 3-of-a-kind 5s. Played it just slow enough to get a little bit of money extracted from the other participating players.
Sorry, Miss Wednesday, I just totally gapped it out.
No worries.
Are you aware?
Fidel came by, but he couldn't say he was with the day.
Where's Zach?
Jack says
Jack? I mean Jack.
And number 23 here in this $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em poker tournament, just a standard Texas Hold'em poker tournament where we have bomb pots in this one. Every level change, a bomb pot will occur. A good way to mix things up on a normal everyday tournament.
Lorenzo's that chubby guy, right? Or the skinny guy?
Queen 9, 3, 2 diamonds to 3 people here on this flop. Mike flopping top pair queens. Long and not having much. ILBT with the pretty ace king suited, unfortunately missing that flop completely. Gonna have to let this one go. Flashes the ace king. And Mike stacking more chips, picking his spots and making them his. Vu gonna raise this one up with the 9-5 suited. Ship calling with the ace jack offsuit. I thought he said call, but I guess he did not. He's gonna let the ace jack go. Good fold there. You're behind a lot of the times there with ace jack on a raised flop. Brad jack 9 offsuit, hand with a lot of potential. Goes ahead and lets that one go. And Vu's going to take down some blinds there. Once again, thanks for tuning into Poker House Live. Poker House of Fort Worth, Facebook and YouTube, for this $1,500 guaranteed no limit Texas Hold'em tournament. It is a free roll. For $0, you can get 3,000 in chips and just come play with a membership. Just take your stab with $3,000. If you want to do a $10 instant add-on bonus, get additional 7,000 in chips. So 10,000 in chips for $10. You can add on to your stack at any time it's 10,000 or less. For $25, getting 25,000 in chips. So for $35, you can start with 35,000 in chips, which is what most players do. $35, a very cheap entertainment for a Friday night here in Dallas-Fort Worth area. ILBT finally picking up some cards. Going to raise this one up with pocket aces. Pocket aces. Raises it up to 32. Vu, Alfonso, Dwayne, everybody getting away, Brad getting away. Is anybody going to be able to come along and see Mike? Mike may want to see a flop here with a king, queen suited. He does. Long letting his hand go. So we're going to go heads up. Pocket aces versus king, queen of hearts. Got dealer Carlos in the box. Jack 10-7. Wow. What a flop. We're not going to see a royal flush since ILBT has the ace of hearts in his hand. But Mike's going to take the betting lead out on this one. And ILBT, pocket aces, can immediately raise it up. Mike betting 6,000, ILBT putting 15 on top of that, so 21,000 to play. Mike never folding, open-ended straight draw and flush draw. Huge hand here for Mike. 9 on the turn gets him home. He has the king high straight, and he's not going to waste any time here. He's going to go ahead and put this one all in. And ILBT just has to call with the ace. Is going to turn it over, and unfortunately, he's drawing dead. Hard to have much to worry about there when you're Mike. This player had ace-x of hearts, could outdraw you, but you've got the second nut flush draw with the already nut straight. Hearts do end up getting in there anyway. So Mike here cracking a pocket aces, dragging a huge pot, bringing his total chip stack to almost right at 140,000 in chips. Big stack here early into this free roll tournament. ILBT might be coming back in, maybe not. See what kind of mood he is in. Definitely needs to shake off that loss there with the pocket aces. Happens to the best of them. If you're listening or watching around the Poker House Fort Worth area, you've got just over 30 minutes left to get into this tournament. A little over 30 minutes left to get into this tournament. This is a $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. Fantastic tournament with over 50 entries last time we had it on Sunday. Every Sunday and Friday here at Poker House Fort Worth, we have the No Limit Hold'em $1,500 free roll tournament with bomb pots. Every level change, we do a 4-card double board bomb pot, a little spice to the tournament. We'll have another one coming up here shortly. You'll get to see exactly how it works. Ship under the gun with pocket queens, going to raise this one up to 2,000. Brad going to call the 2 with the jack deuce suited. Mike calling the king queen offsuit. Long raising it up, signaling raise with his ace king suited. So 4,300 is the new bet. Boo, who loves big pots, still can't get involved. Ship going to actually go back to him. Just going to go ahead and put it all in the middle, saying I'm not folding. Might as well put it in. I don't have that much left behind. And now Mike here with the king queen offsuit.
What's up, John?
Are you playing or?
He didn't have a short stack. It's going to be a lot for Mike to call.
There's no room. 2,000. Kabir, I said.
But it's hard to call with the king queen offsuit with this much action in front of you. Of course, Long has to come along with his ace king suited. So $50,000 pot here. A full-on double rebuy pretty much for whoever drags this one in. Chip with his pocket queens versus ace king suited. And Long's holding flip chance here. Of course, we saw the king queen get folded, so both players losing some of their potential outs there if they need them. 6-5-4. 2 spades here on this flop. Neither player holding a spade, so we're good to go on 1-card flush draws. 5 on the turn. Ship need to dodge an ace or a king, and it does so. So the pocket queens are going to hold here for Ship. And tough spot there for Long, definite cooler and Ship. Right back in the action, almost 50,000 in chips. And you heard the clock go up there. That means it is a bomb pot time. A 300, or is it a 200? Yeah, $200 ante bomb pot here. All players at the table will put in 200 in tournament chips, get 4 cards, and see 2 boards. One board worth half the pot, and the other board worth the other half of the pot. You must use 2 cards in your hand and only 2 cards in your hand. So 2 cards in your hand and 3 cards on the board. There's 2 different boards, and then any 2 cards work for either board. You don't have to use the same 2 for both boards. You can use just 2 cards for either board. One of the board winners get half the pot, and the other board is the other half of the pot. And as we saw earlier, if you get lucky enough to have a fantastic holding of 4 cards and you can win both boards, that's the goal. It's called a scoop on these bomb pots here. So Carlos is now dealing out the 4 cards to all players. Just enough to spice up what would be a normal Texas Hold'em no-limit tournament. And now 2 flops. Jack 7-7 on the first one. 8-4-10 on the bottom board. So 2 spades on the bottom. Jack 7-7. Let's see who has 7 in some of these holdings here. It takes us a moment to get all of the cards figured out here as I'm looking at 4 cards in every player's hand. Alfonso does have the nut flush on the bottom. with the ace, king, queen. So or ace, king of spades. So he's going to go ahead and bet this one out at 800. Dwayne makes the call. He has the 7 in his hand, needing to hit a 9, 8, or 4 to fill up on that one. Long going to make the call with his 2 pair. A lot of good turn straight cards could be a possibility. Vu coming along as well. 4 players to a turn in this bone pot, an 8 on the top and a king on the bottom. Vu having a gut shot. He's going to check his option, and Alfonso here going to continue on with this flush draw. Dwayne not going to go anywhere, still believes in his 7. He's got 2 pair on the bottom, too. He's got some outs on the bottom there to scoop this thing. 3 players to a river. 9 on the top. Another 7 on the bottom. So no more 7s left in the deck. Hit on the wrong board there for Dwayne. Would have had quads. But he does have an 8. So he does have an 8. So Dwayne does have the boat already. Okay, so Dwayne has the 7-8, the 7-7-8 on the top. So Dwayne knows he has the top one locked up, barring any Jack 7s or Jack 9s, which is possible in bomb bots. Anybody can have a little bit of anything. But Alfonso here can hammer this one out. What is Alfonso betting with? Just a bluff? Yeah, Vu can't let it go.
Good karma. We'll be in 20 minutes. But yeah. 4-8.
not lighter. I'd bring a rocker and give rocker a chance.
Anything is a flip.
What's the deuces?
Queen.
That was interesting. You didn't need it, but yeah.
Chip on the chair, man. Just chip on the chair, man.
I'm thinking two.
That's at a World Series tournament. Guy came in
Thanks
after
for not telling me.
More to bust you both.
all he had was
Thank you
4,000.
for. I was so many dipshits.
Sat down.
Dude, you're not getting. Nothing's coming there.
$2,000 all in, or $2,000 big line and $2,000 ante.
Already.
Made it all the way to the final 10.
That's only 2 big lines.
Dude, that was, no, he was
It's only one.
because you had the ante, you got an ante
Oh,
too.
true, the Annie.
So, dude, but no, he came in for the race. All he had was 4,000. He ran it all the way to the final 2 at 4,000.
What did he place?
I think you got like 6.
Still impressive.
It was the top of the day, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Well, way to go, Brian.
Did you even look?
Check it.
Right on.
And what? It's still calling. Oh wow, yeah.
You need that good?
They're kind of together. Hopefully they didn't get it out with one of those. Those have to be 15,000.
Or else. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's so dirty. That's so dirty.
And you know, hey, you know what? You get that because you called it even after you saw it.
That was a runner.
I mean, you called it after you saw it.
I can only get out of it.
You know you're the biggest psycho now. You are.
And dude, he just wanted to go next door to eat.
I'm just trying to rail so I can have half an hour to leave.
So you know, there could be in you. I need an hour and a half to eat.
Right. 5,000.
if he opens his mouth, your ears shut off. His mouth opens, your ears shut down. Yeah, it's Poker House Fort Worth. The live stream really don't start until like 20 minutes after we start. Like 20 minutes. But it stays on there all the time, so you can get home and watch later on. Mike, what happened to Ranger game? What happened to the Ranger game? Oh, you gotta put your phone up there too.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry. Poker House Fort Worth Live. Right, look at
Send me a buzzer. Yeah, put 300 up there.
And Reese here back in the booth just in time to see the next bomb pot. That's right. That's what this tournament is all about here. $1,500 guaranteed, no limit hold'em free roll tournament. These bomb pots, every level change. Extra little spice to a normal no limit hold'em tournament. This one here, everybody's pitching in 300 ante to play the bomb pot. 4 cards, 2 boards. One board going one way, one board going another. Maybe with someone lucky enough to get a combination of cards to get both boards. Looks like Josh here's going to bet 1,000 with his 7-7-4 flopped bottom full house. 7's full of aces. Also open-ended on the top board. Good hand for Josh there. Ship going to come along as well. 2 pair on the top. Alfonso. Open-ended straight draw. Hayden wants to see a diamond on the bottom or the top. Of course, you know the diamond on the bottom is no good. And oh, Dwayne, does he really have quads again? This is going to be the second quads for Dwayne. And unfortunately for Josh, he's got the boat already. So big oof here for Josh. Deuce of Diamonds does get the flush home on the top board for Hayden, who's got the nut flush. He's going to bet out 2,000 again. Ship here, not really much going on. Catch a 9 or a 5 on the river for a full house. Don't know if he can quite continue for 3,000 here, though. He's going to let this one go. Alfonso folds as well. Josh here is shaking his head. I wonder if he knows how much trouble he could be in. He's beat by ace Trey. Now he's going to go ahead and put the rest of his stack in. He doesn't have quite enough left to fold there. Don't blame him to call. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Hayden's the one that has the king high flush. He's looking good on this top. And now Dwayne. Does Dwayne make his presence known now? So he's counting out some chips. No, Dwayne just calls, and then Long makes the call as well. 2 pair all over the top board.
Hey, I told him I know. So hey, he is being an asshole.
Hayden or Josh wanted to raise there, and it's a good thing that that the Ellen wasn't quite enough to complete a bet to a raise there. I'm pretty sure Josh is drawing dead on both boards. It's a good thing he can't get his money in right now. Hopefully, he may not lose too much here on this one here. Queen on the river there. 8 of diamonds on the bottom changes nothing. Long checks. And Josh is going to bet again. And here comes Dwayne, I bet you. Dwayne going to reach into those red chips. And what did he just call? Yeah, no, he made it 10,000. Yeah, he's going to put Josh in, who has no choice but to call. He's already put in too much of his money. Yeah. And you're going to see Hayden, King, Jack, Nut, Diamonds on the top since the ace is on the bottom. Dwayne, you hear the table saying quads again. He had quad queens on the other bomb pot.
Oh, this is top. That's bottom. Oh, I didn't see the diamond. I didn't see the diamond.
Tough break there for Josh, but that's part of it in these bomb pots. There are 4 cards, and so you have to have a pretty hefty hand. And flopping a boat, there's nothing wrong with that, but ace anything could have beat him there, but he didn't have enough chips to really fold, so I don't mind that there, especially when registration is still open.
Rebuy, please. Doing the 20, 25, bro. Doing the 20 for 25.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to get it right. Yeah, he's up to 25. Rebuy for Brad, please.
I'm not blaming it on the dealer.
You're pretty good.
Not blaming it on the dealer.
You are one of the good ones we got.
At a 33 or top.
Oh, thanks.
I need one run. Just want to watch some video.
Better that way.
It does. I sweat the whole time until I get a It's the Red Sox and Orioles game. Live bet over 24 and a half runs, 22 and a half runs. It was 12 to 10 divorce, 12 to 10 in the night. I was like, both teams are getting that bat. Score one run. They both been hitting the ball all game. Why not keep going?
You don't know, right?
Don't know yet. It was there's a guy on second. They just stole second with no outs, top nine. So I was like, it looks good, but
You'll probably get one.
I hope so. I needed to break
Is
it.
the bottom ahead or below?
They're behind.
Okay,
So they get a
so they're going to be wanting to get one.
I didn't sign the last one because I signed it with it. For that one. That was a cheap check. Oh, I know he's allowed to use the mic. That's why I was like, I don't want to say it. Okay, cool. Oh, I already did.
No, there's a challenge the whole time I was watching. I was like, no, I want to watch the gameplay. But it was a deep fly ball to the left, and I guess the dude caught it. But the runner didn't know that he caught it, so he went back to tag, and then they put a tag on him. With a so they gave him second base back.
Raise it to 12,000. Call. Pull. Pull. Call.
live stream so they can have your chip count.
109. 109.
So 109.
109.
Sir, we're scanning the card. It's over there. We're scanning the card, please.
Why don't make it bad?
Just scan the card. Alright, we're good.
Carlos, I fold. I fold.
Hold. Okay, now, Mike. It's right.
I think it's raising.
How much? How much?
Alright, we're good. Barrel had 109. Four players. Move. What you get? 109. Slow down. Top. 45, straight from the top. Straight from the top. Keep dragging that straight the ball.
You know, I did this twice already where like I value all myself on a mountain bike.
I think it folded two sets of both rounds. Not that two. The second was straight there at 2 rounds in.
Alright, we good.
You're not good.
Turn I get the nut. Or that. Yeah, that's straight. They both have the low. I had three came in on this turn. And came right back and I said, fuck you, I got a call. I just hope I can get clear. Fuck everybody. Sure enough, an ace came up and attacked these kids. I still do with the 3-5. The whole fight was like $1,500.
Trying to figure out what's this bar right now.
59,000 all in. one.
Honestly, at first I saw the face.
I know. I saw the paint. I was like, don't
Oh,
be a queen.
man.
Sam, I lost for there.
What is it?
Mike, C7.
Alright, fellas, chop it up.
Yeah. I'll chop it up. 17 ways.
I don't mind.
I get like 7 less than 100.
Hey, I'm in the game for 35, so I'll do it.
How long was that? 100?
Yeah.
Or 175? Plus the money.
Yeah.
Price 35,000.
Oh, okay. I see.
Heads up.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. You get it. Bang for your buck. Yeah, it's mandatory.
Unless they change it.
The free roll, it's like micro training, right? They kind of like they're famous for the or was that famous for you, but people come from it.
It was going so well, they just said you gotta go to the big boy table.
That one's over there.
Right. I think it's over here.
How the Vikings gonna do this
Honestly, I think we're gonna go 17 years. Even with Jason McCarthy,
Yes, mate.
year? So they have who's their quarterback? I should ask you.
they drafted McCarthy, but he's out for the next couple weeks. He's getting knee surgery because of Darnold. Is it Darnold?
Darnold?
We just have the worst fucking control quarterbacks. It's gonna be a tough division. I'm on the AFC North, so it's the toughest division to get through. Give us a quarterback hurt right now. It's because he's not good. That's why he didn't get him to the table. What's your total say? I think we're good. It's
I said I'm a fast player.
200. No. They just gotta have your chip count.
It's your chip count, that's all it is. As a matter of fact, go over there now.
Go back.
For income taxes.
Income tax.
Sorry, I'm a new kid. I've never been on a nice team.
I was waiting to raise.
Yep. I think he was like one of the first ones I saw.
So I dive on myself twice. Oh no, Wayne watched twice. He had aces. Queens was putting on I mean, I'm on top set on both of them. Only two.
Alright guys, 2,000 for the bottom pot.
What's up, everyone?
Everybody plays the same one.
Is it optional? I'm telling you that. I've been doing so bad.
Hey, Carlos. 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 Have the headset?
You gonna do the live stream from over there? Oh shoot.
I think you're supposed to push 6. Yeah, recording the stream. Alright, we need to do a wellness check.
Yeah, a wellness check.
It's his first episode. Tomorrow he'll be good.
It might be his second. I'm leaving it. I'm just, I'm giving one away. No, he should have sang.
get away from it.
Once that, I'm
But if one year they're just too much for me,
me, it's not. I
yo, I bet you.
You know, and if I do that, I'm good. Or unless you get a little bit high suit to chase my push on.
Alright, live recording, guys.
I mean, I felt pretty good on the bottom, so I was like, maybe I can chase this one time and see if we can pair the whole line.
You never get it. When you get three there, you never hit. Especially because one yours was on the top.
Then I had the wheel on the top.
And then when you flop a fourth pair, it's like, I mean, you turn a fourth.
Yeah.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 makes it 20,000. 1 fold.
Little 8,000 most common. Raise up still folding. That's it. 8,000 power. I'm not calling. I don't care. want to call.
When you started thinking about it, I wanted to call, but at first I was just kind of aiming to get it out of the game.
As the thing you call 10-8 offsuit for 24.
Oh, that's low too. Like, that's my undercover favorite hand. I don't know why.
Undercover. I like the hand too. Don't get me wrong. I was just.
I just have situations like that with 10-8 a lot.
I think it was on my last button.
Oh, really?
Fourth button. And he had 10 cars. I was like,
No, hey, honestly, I was fine whatever. What? What is that? What is that?
I'm winning clubs.
I don't care if they know.
I don't care if they know. It's a decent card.
Sorry, those are going to be the 3 and 9.
He said, let me fuck up real quick and then we'll leave.
Right.
Saying something last night.
He's a fuck you.
That's something out.
He did that on purpose. He's like, I don't want to do another hand. Like, nah, I'm good.
Break time.
Oh, shit. That brings a full break time for us.
The end of time? Time. Didn't know it was something. 20.
It's leading to crumbs.
Yeah. Their own extra team. So short.
Wow. All skill, no luck, right?
She got herself there.
Yeah. No, of course not, but on that hat.
Yeah, at that point, that's what we heard.
Yeah.
Way better.
See if I can bust it.
Well, I don't want that. That's what you want, right?
Either one.
Yeah, she got just simply the right. I'm just thinking like,
I'll play.
they're the best.
Either one. I had one tournament where but they were coming out 15 minutes. And I was like, I don't know if I want to keep staying here with short stacks. I just want to do cards.
Yeah. No, I get it. Me as well. Yeah, cards.
counted them and took it back. I had it up there when you counted them.
Splash pot?
Out of pot, same thing.
You can choose me.
Lots for 10,000, 20,000. This is a 5K long pot. So much deal.
No, well, I mean, I didn't see it, but no, I just saw black. Check it. No, I'm just saying, I saw a little black. That's all. Got it. I had the bow on the bottom.
No, it doesn't. There's one spray. That was two.
So he gets quarter.
Pair two. You got a pair two.
8, 9, 10 jack.
Oh
Wow.
no, he's got a bow.
Yeah, but he's got ace queen.
Got ace
Ace is queen. Wow. You go. Yeah. You have it.
You can only use two, and then three on the board.
Yeah.
You can use any two for either board, though. It doesn't have to be the same.
All right, we're at 10:20.
I mean, that's not a bad folding because there's any combination of a straight beats you.
Yeah, that was straight.
Yeah.
It was what, 8 to the 2?
Yeah.
Queen.
Ace, king, queen, and straight down.
Good look at this.
We're all in for 28.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Reese back in the booth. We just hit the final table. Just hit the final table, so they're going to redraw 4 seats, all of that good stuff. But appreciate you tuning into Poker House Fort Worth. Sorry I haven't been able to be with you here in the booth. We've been extraordinarily busy. We had more cash game tables than anticipated, so I actually had to go out there and work. Couldn't sit here and talk to each and every one of you, but I am back in here now that we're down to the final table of the tournament. And we have just, like I said, just got there, and we will redraw the final 9 names. 5 of them are going to be getting paid today. 170 for fifth place, and $569 up top. We had a 1539 prize pool. And I want to tell you a little bit about the Summer Jam while we wait for them to draw out their seats. Summer Jam 2, actually. We did this tournament back in June, had almost a $70,000 prize pool. It was a fantastic event that we're going to hope to replicate starting next Tuesday. Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Both locations concurrently, 8 flights running concurrently, starting next Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to have flights A, B, and C at 6 p.m. So you can play 6 p.m. in either location, Fort Worth or Peaks, on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, both locations, a 12 noon flight and then a 6 p.m. flight on Friday. And then Saturday, in both locations, a noon flight, a 6 p.m. flight, and then a 10 p.m. turbo flight. Now, 8 flights, and the best part of having 8 flights is you get to take your best 2 bags forward. That's right, 2 bags forward. So 12% of each field is going to get paid. And then the top 8% will bag and tag their chips into day 2, August 25th, the next Sunday, a week from day after tomorrow, so 9 days away. Day 2, August 25th, and this time we're going to be at Poker House Fort Worth right here on this live stream, bringing you all of that Day 2 action down to a grand winner right here at Poker House Fort Worth. We had it at Peaks back in June. We're going to have it here in Fort Worth this go around starting next week. Now, so you get your 2 bags. If you can play in 8 flights and bag twice, you get to add those bags together and bring them to Day 2. If you are good enough to get in the top 8% 3 times, that's 3 bags. You get to take the top 2 largest bags combined into day 2. In that third bag, you get a $500 triple bag bonus on that day 2, August 25th. So you have 8 flights in both clubs running at the same time, same days. So you can play either in Dallas or Fort Worth, wherever you are listening from. And the top 2 bags move forward. And if you can get that third bag, that $500 triple bag bonus is a huge bonus for only a $65 entry fee tournament. For that $65 entry fee tournament, in each one of these flats, you're going to get $20,000 in chips. And for a $10 instant bonus, you're going to get an additional $10,000 in chips. So 30,000 chips for $75 if you pay at the maximum. And you have 8 flights to play in starting next Tuesday. $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only a $65 entry. That's going to be hard to beat. And this, hopefully, we can do as good or better as we did back in June, where we had a prize pool of over $70,000. It was a fantastic, great time. Also running right now at Poker House Fort Worth, that we've been running all month long, we have the second of our third qualifiers coming up on September 7th. September 7th is the second of 3 qualifiers for our $20,000 zero entry championship tournament on October 12th. That's right, a $20,000 free roll. The only way you can get in is to get in the top 15% of one of our qualifiers. August 3rd, we had 12 people move on to day 2. And, well, not really day 2, the October 12th tournament. September 7th, we'll take that percentage of the field, and then October 5th. Those are the only ways to get into that $20,000 free roll championship is in one of those qualifiers, and they only cost $25 to play, and you get to make your own chip stack by participation here at Poker House Fort Worth all of this month. So more information on that coming up and around. But for now, we are at the final 9 players of this $1,500 guaranteed free roll with bomb pots. So we have a few minutes left in this level as they came to the final table. So no bomb pot to start out with. It's just a normal a hold'em hand. The bomb pots are only on the level change. So we have 3 players to a flop for this one. The blinds are 10 and 20,000. So things are going to be moving fast and furious. A lot of checking going on this flop here. See if anyone wants to stab at it. Nate has the queen 5, queen on the river. They're going to take down this $60,000 pot. We'll get a look at some of the chip stacks. Nate, your current chip leader, 471K. Alfonso, 451K. Vu, 384. Jason, 380. Orlando, 222. JB, 181. Robert, 158. Brad, 136. And Daryl, 131. So 471 all the way down to 131 seems like a lot, but when the blinds are this big, anything can happen. So you definitely have to pick your spots. Just like any tournament, the blinds have gone up to a point to where moves need to be made, hands need to be bluffed if you need to. Alfonso going to be the first one to act here. Queen 8 suited going to call the 20,000. Dealer Tina puts out a flop of 3-10 queen. 5 ways into this flop here. Alfonso has top pair of queens. JB, second pair, ace 10. Nate with a gut shot. Alfonso's going to bet up the top pair for 50,000. Robert's going to let it go. Like I said, it's hard to continue on things like gut shots and high card floats. The blinds are up there. We are getting into the nitty gritty of most tournaments, especially free rolls. Free rolls get a little bit accelerated. I want to thank everyone for tuning into Poker House Fort Worth live on Facebook and YouTube for this $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em free roll tournament with bomb pots. Sundays and Fridays, every Sunday and Friday at 7 p.m. It's been a fantastic, fun tournament. Players really seem to enjoy it. Brad under the gun here, going to put it all in. Queen 4 offsuit, but he's just hoping that no one else wakes up with anything. Try to pick up some blinds to survive in orbit. Shows a lot of strength going all in under the gun here, hoping that people sort of recognize that players are folding all the way around. Alfonso, pocket 8s. Like I said, Brad trying to just hope that no one wakes up with a hand. We'll see if Alfonso, it's 116. It's about a quarter of his chips. He's going to make that call. So tough luck there on Brad. He's just trying to get through the blinds. But he's going to have an over here. Like I said, he's just trying to get through a fold to get some, get everyone to fold, try to pick up some blinds to survive another orbit. Oh, he had pocket 4s. Yeesh. Had queen 4 on the reader, so we'll get that change there. So it's a little worse shape than I originally anticipated, but there's still 2 4s in the deck. He does have diamonds. Tina there verifying the stacks for Brad. Brad looking for a 4 or a lot of diamonds. And right there on the flop, a 4-4 Brad. Trying to dodge an 8 on the river and does. Brad a full double up. Just trying to pick up some blinds there. Ends up with a full double up. Again, I like the move late in the tournament. Trying to pick up blinds to survive orbits. That's the whole point. Had a pocket pair. Can't really raise with it. Decides to go ahead and try to run it through the field. Unfortunately for Alfonso, woke up with a real hand here, but unfortunately got out-flopped by Brad. And that's going to put Brad right in the middle of the pack. JB, Robert, and Daryl both looking for the same kind of outcome. Find a hand to get a full double up with. Daryl first act lets his hand go, folds around. Orlando getting out of the way. Vu folding. Nate, 7-6 of diamonds, decides to make the call. Alfonso, who just took that hit but still has plenty of chips, decides to raise this one up. Brad's getting out of the way, and Nate folds. So Alfonso getting some of those chips back. I like the aggressive play there. This late in a tournament, you don't necessarily want to limp in. I'm going to come in with a little bit of dedication. Players folding around. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000. Jason with ace queen. Action is on him. He made the call there, 20,000. Alfonso going to play his button, 6-5 offsuit, 20,000. Brad with the jack 10 completes the small blind. Daryl checking his options, so we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Jason in the lead with the ace queen. There's a queen on the flop, a queen 3-4. So big flop for Alfonso and Jason. We're going to see some chips move here. Jason going to bet that out. 75, an instant call there of Alfonso with the open-ended straight draw. Daryl and Brad getting out of the way, so we're going to be heads up. Alfonso looking for a deuce or a 7 to jump the lead here. There's a board pairing 4. See how much Jason wants to bet here. Only bet 75 again. That's going to keep Alfonso in. Nope, he's going to let it go. Big fold by there, Alfonso. He thinks twice about it. The board did pair, so it takes away some of his equity there. He reached for chips, thought at the last minute, decided to let it go. I don't hate the fold at all. 75K means a lot right now. Blinds of 10 and 20,000. Brad on the button here. Starts folding around. Nate, pocket 9s. See how he wants to play these pocket 9s here in late position. He's going to raise this one up to 60,000, 3x the big blind. Action on Jason, ace 4 offsuit, throws him into the muck. Orlando folds as well. Brad on the button, waking up with pocket 6s. Decides to go ahead and let him go. Daryl with the 8 deuce offsuit. In the small blind, decides to let it go into the big blind, want to defend. Even more so, goes ahead and JB, go ahead and put in the rest of his stack. 161 with a king, queen suited. I do not hate it one bit. He's can't really call the 60K when you only have just barely 3 times that it left in the stack. So just go ahead and put it all in and see if Nate wants to put in the rest of it. It's 100,000 more than him. He's only got 371 behind. I think you kind of have to gamble here and make this call. Let's count that out, seeing what he has left. Yeah, he does go ahead and make that call. So we're going to go coin flip, 2 overs versus a pocket 9. JB looking for a king or a queen or a lot of hearts to take the lead in this hand. Flop of 7, 8, 3, and no help there. Deuce on the turn. Nate dodging outs. 6 on the river. The 9s are going to hold, and we are going to lose Nate, who played a fantastic. I'm sorry, we're going to lose JB, who played a fantastic game. Made it to the final table. Found a good spot to flip for his stack, and unfortunately did not go his way. And so then there were 8 players left. 5 players on the leaderboard right now getting paid. Here are the players saying, who wants to chop it up? And these players are eager to get to the cash game. We've got some pretty juicy outer cash game tables going here on this Friday night. If you are watching or listening from around the Poker House Fort Worth area, Burleson, Fort Worth area, some good cash games going on. Vu raised it up to 80,000 with the ace-5 offsuit. Jason looking down at queen-9, thought about it, but decided to let it go into the mug. Brad letting 10-7 go. Daryl on the button, 5-6 offsuit. Robert releases his small blind, and Vu stacking chips puts him over the 400K mark. Vu, a very dangerous player here at this final table. You do not want Vu to get a stack of chips. Seen him on the stream here before. Like I said earlier in the stream, knows how to apply pressure in sensitive situations. Definitely is aware of the things that are going on at the table and knows how to apply maximum pressure to any player. So he can be a tough opponent. On the gun here, Vu's going to look down at queen 4 offsuit, throw it into the muck there. Nate, ace king. He's got 612,000, the current chip leader. How much does he want to raise this up here? It looks like 60,000 to play, 3x the big. Jason folds. Alfonso looks down at ace 4 suited. Brad, pocket 5s. That's 2 testing hands right in a row. Pocket pairs. He decides to let that one go as well. Smart play. Robert, 6-5 offsuit in the small blind, lets it go. Orlando now in the big blind. 40,000 more with the only pocket 8s. I think you got to put in the 40. He's only got 220. So it's a fifth of his stack. And he's going to let it go. He's going to try to find a better spot there to compete. Heads up now, pot of 150,000. Both players have an ace. 10-7 deuce. Only one club here for Alfonso. Nate's not going to keep the pressure on, though. Alfonso's going to take a free turn card as well. So a king on the turn. That's going to give a top there for Nate. See if he wants to bet out there. It looks like he is. He's going to bet 75,000. Alfonso, unless he wants to make a play here. He's reaching for chips. He lets it go. I thought he might like a play there. Luckily for him, he didn't. A lot of the times, your opponent there could have a pocket pair and might be just testing the king, and you can play back at them and represent the king, and they're going to have to let it go. But with the blinds this high, it's hard to make moves without a full-on stack commitment. So I like the fold. And that puts Nate over the 700K mark in this final 8 players. Robert in the 4 seat on the button, only 88,000 behind. He's got about 4 bigs. Needs to find a spot to get an emergency double up here. Folding on around to Brad in the hijack, ace queen offsuit. He's got 242,000. Got a little bit of room for a raise, but I don't hate the all in. He's got kind of an awkward stack. Min raised to 40, and you only got 242. So if you're going to put in 40, you might as well put in the other 200. Go ahead and put the opponents to the test. Robert lets it go. Orlando lets the small blind go. Vu does not wake up with anything, so Brad's going to get that shoved through, pick up some valuable blinds there. Once again, you're looking at the final 8 players of this $1,500 guaranteed no-limit hold'em tournament with bomb pots. That's right. Every level change, we do a bomb pot. Should have one coming up shortly. But the blinds are up there. We are getting down to decision times here. Free roll tournaments tend to have a little more of a slippery structure. So you're going to see these players need to be making a move sooner rather than later. But they have gotten quite a bit of value out of this tournament. I mean, it is a free roll after all. But it's been a good, long tournament. We're doing this tournament every Sunday and Monday. Sunday and Friday at 7 p.m. People really like this free roll. It's going to fold all the way around to Vu. Battle of the blinds here. Does he want to try to steal away that big blind? He just makes the call. Big blind checks his option. Nate with ace 4 offsuit. So Vu in big trouble on this hand here. Queen 7-9. first aggression may take this one down. Nate's checking rather quickly. Boom may put in a bet here. No, he doesn't as he picks one. We're equity on the turn. It's good to see a river. Deuce on the river. And like I said, Nate's going to win this one with ace high. First aggressor would have taken that one down. But again, like I said, the lines are extremely important and even more important now as they have gone up. But the blinds going up means a bomb pot. An 8,000 ante bomb pot. You're going to have 64,000 in the middle. And it's bomb pot time. 4 cards, 2 boards. 1 board going to one player, another board going to another player, unless a player can get a lucky combination of 4 cards, 2 for each board, and win both boards in what they call a scoop. There's still quite a few people hanging in here on the stream waiting for this final table action. Let me know where you're listening or watching from, who you are tuned in watching, who you're rooting on. This is your final 8 players, and only 5 of them are going to be visiting the cage on a payout. So these guys looking to chip up here on these bomb pots. They're a fantastic opportunity to get some extra action, extra chips. 4 deuce 9, king deuce 6. It's a pretty odd spread of cards here. Looking down, all we see is Nate's so far. Nate has an open-ended on the top, gut shots on the bottom. Still checking around. We'll try to figure out some more cards here. Alfonso looks like he has 3 9s in his hand and found the 4th 9 in the deck on that top board, but that's tough to do when you can't improve off of that. But 4 deuce 9, tough set, not a bad holding there. Got 2 spades, you have to worry about that, but he is going to bet his hand. He bets the pot, in fact, 64,000. Daryl going to ship in the rest of his stack, 103,000 here. So this is the bomb pots in action, ladies and gentlemen. Top set. He's got the top set on the bottom board, 3 kings. And he's got a pair of kings on the top, which are no good currently because Alfonso's got the set of 9s. Daryl doesn't have a spade draw, so that's not going to help him. Yeah, Daryl's going to be looking for that last king in the deck on that top board to try to take that top board away from Alfonso. He does have 6-8, so you can take a couple of runners on that top board for a scoop. But as of right now, both players pretty heavily equitied on each one of the boards. Nate taking his time, though, here. I wasn't even paying attention. Nate, like I said, he's got the 3-5 open-ended on the top. Sort of a lot of straight draws on the bottom here. But the question is, he's the chip leader. Does he want to put in the chips to chase this down? He has a jack-high diamond draw, which is good if it does hit. So he's got more equity than he thinks. He's going to make this call. He's got a lot of chips. He can afford this call. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on Daryl and Alfonso. Jason going to let his hand go. And so Nate, a lot of straight draws and the singular diamond draw on the bottom board. He's looking for an ace. Nate's looking for an ace or a 6 on the top board. And on that bottom board, he is looking for a 5 to make the gut shot straight. Or a diamond would put him in the lead as long as he doesn't fold. Alfonso, top set 9s. Daryl, bottom set kings. There's the diamond. So that's going to lock up that bottom board. And that's going to hurt Daryl here unless the board can pair, which it does not. And he hits the 5 on the top. So did he have, I think he had 3-5 though. I don't think he had he had 4-5. So they're saying flush on the bottom. That's the Jack 3 Nate. And Alfonso, yeah, he doesn't have a straight. Yeah, Alfonso's going to take this one down very luckily that no other player had the club draws. But Daryl does get outdrawn on that bottom board with his trip kings by the Jack 3. So we're going to say goodbye to Mr. Daryl, who's a excellent tournament player here at Poker House Fort Worth. Plays in a lot of our tournaments. From what I understand, an avid chess player as well, which is goes hand in hand poker, if you ask me. Simple fact that playing and progressing, reading your opponent, seeing what's going on. I think some of the best chess players are the best poker players, and vice versa. I think he would probably agree with that. So now we are down to 7 players. And Nate, even though he wins half that pot, it's still going to put him up almost to 800,000. So a big pickup there for Nate.
Say I lost one.
Yeah, 792. And second in chips is Jason with 477. So pretty big chip disparity here. Robert down to 80K. Blinds are 15 and 30. Robert's going to need to find a hand here. Double up. Orlando not far from double up territory either. He's only got 6 bigs. Brad less than 10. The bottom 3 here needing to find a hand. Alfonso looking down at King Jack offsuit under the gun here. Going to raise this one. No, he's just going to call. Calls at 30. Brad Queen 7 is going to let this one go. Robert, unfortunately, does not wake up to anything. Orlando, Ace King, shoves the rest of his stack in, 184,000. And I don't know if Alfonso can call here. That's a tough call there with King Jack. You're up against. You're just hoping your opponent has 10s or less. And it's for half his stack. Now you can see the frustration there. He knows that the stacks are just awkward right now. And Orlando's got the one hand you're afraid of there as far as being equity. Yeah, good fold by Alfonso. There's not a whole lot that he beats there. You're hoping your opponent just has a pocket pair, and you have to put in over half your stack to hope that you have a 50-50 flip with the opponent. So that's 2 pretty good folds there out of Alfonso. Let the open-ended go once the board paired, and was able to limp fold there and not call off his stack. So under the gun here, Brad. Cards are not cooperating. Let this one go. Does Robert wake up with an all-in hand here? No, he does not. Orlando folds. Vu got ace-8 offsuit. Might see if he can raise this up and take it away from the button and the blinds here. Jason in the small blind. Let's go with his ace-6 and Alfonso's 7-5 suited. Makes you want to call really well, but you just can't. So good timing there by Vu. The selective aggression and goes through, and he's going to pick himself up another orbit, which is very valuable here in the late stages of this tournament. Dealer Tina in the box. We're down to the final 7 in this $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament with bomb pots. Bomb pots are only on the level change, so we're a good 10 minutes away from another bomb pot here. But they are going to be pivotal here in the late stages of the game. Orlando going to call 30,000 with King 10 offsuit. Vu, who just coming along with his ace-5 offsuit, wants to see a flop, interested to see what Orlando is interested in. Alfonso in the small blind is going to complete with Queen 5. Brad ace-6 offsuit. So some very varied holdings here. King 4-10 is going to give the top 2 pair to Orlando, and he's not going to make any bones about it. He's going to go ahead and put it in there. 229, that's going to get through. So Orlando going from the short-ish stack to a little better than above average of the last 7. Almost right in the middle. Vu has 371, he has 349. Starting to separate himself from the bottom 3 players, Alfonso, Brad, and Robert. Robert, the only extreme short stack, 80,000 with the blinds at 15 and 30, and he is in the big blind right now, so he's got a little more than a third of his chips in play as we speak. really needing to wake up with a real hand here. We'll see what it does when it comes around to him. Orlando under the gun, going to fold his 8-7 offsuit. Vu, Jack 8 offsuit. These players need to really pay attention to who's in the big blind here and how much it's going to cost them. And Brad looking at Jack Deuce. Does Robert get a walk here? No, he's going to see what Robert wants to do. Does Robert want to put in the rest of his stack here? He does not. He's going to check his option with 9-5 offsuit here. So we are going to go heads up. 10-3-4. Check from Brad, check from Robert. 4 on the turn. Robert here is still needing a 9 or a 5. 8 on the river, no good there. Brad's going to stab here on the river. Robert's going to have to let this one go. So just ran it up between the two of them. Battle the blinds. No real betting. Brad not wanting to necessarily easily feed chips to the short stack. So he calls the big blind, and they just end up checking it down. And so now Robert is at 50,000 with 15 of it already in the middle. So again, a big time for him to get a double up if he can find one, even a triple up for that matter. Vu going to be another gun here at 10-9 suited, very pretty hand. Looks like he wants to play it. Kind of out of position weirdly, but he's going to go ahead and just make the call. Nate and Jason both fold. Alfonso, nothing, both fold. Brad on the button, pocket trays with Vu limping in. You can't really do a whole lot, so he's just going to make the call, trying to see a flop here, trying to catch a 3 on this flop. Robert just called the 30, so he's going to leave himself a little bit behind, or is he all in? I'll have to look here in a moment. That is going to be all in for his stack. And Orlando here, 8-7 off suit. No real reason. Yeah, he let it go. It's 40,000 more to him. Robert did have more chips as little more chips than the blinds there. Brad's going to call that extra 30, as is Vu. So we're going to have a $200,000 pot. Robert's turn to try to get that triple up. Yeah, so Brad's going to make the call. So Jack 10-7. So Robert takes the lead there with the 10. Vu picking up a gut shot. 5 on the turn, no help. Robert looking to. All Robert's really dodging is an 8 or a 9 now that Brad is folded. 8 or a 9 for Vu, or Robert's going to triple up, and Robert does get the triple up, now sitting at 170,000. So big timing there for Robert. Great timing to pick up a hand there on the button, pick up some much needed chips. And that's going to put Brad on the short stack. Not much further behind Robert, though. Robert's at 240, Brad just under 200. With the blinds 15-30, only really one blind, one orbit separating the two of them. Nate under the gun folding his queen, 5 suited. Jason folding as well. Folds around to Brad in the cutoff, 5-3 suited. Gosh, you want to play it, but you just can't. Robert queen deuce on the button. Thinking about making a play here, trying to pick up some blinds. He just got those chips, and he's going to let it go. Orlando looking at a jack 4 in the small, and he's going to give Vu a walk in the big. Don't blame him one bit there. The favorite stream shirt on. Or Nate there. Vu in the small, and 8 in the big blind. First act here is going to be Jason, who's second in chips by a pretty decent margin. Looks down at an ace 5 offsuit. Ace looking really pretty in his eyes. Just going to make the call, limping in under the gun here. Alfonso, ace 10 suited. 261,000 in chips. 30,000 to him. Yeah, he says, I thought he may. Goes ahead and goes all in. Give yourself plenty of fold equity there, making other people commit their stacks as well. Brad folding king 4 up to Robert. Robert with pocket fours. Does he want to flip for it here? Does he feel like Alfonso's going to do this with blackjack hand or better, which he is. We can see that. But Robert's got 240. He can live to fight another day somewhat, but it would be a massive pickup. Yeah, he goes in and lets it go just in case Alfonso has that pocket pair. Vu, Orlando not having anything. Nate, the last one to get through there. Jason goes ahead and folds. So nice aggression there by Alfonso. Taking that down pre rather than just raising it, go ahead and putting it in his stack to, well, he still has that fold equity from the other stacks about not wanting to lose a whole lot of chips. And we're going to have a dealer change. We're about 4-ish minutes away from the next bomb pot. Bomb pots are what make this tournament a little bit spicy. Some chips can be moved around for sure in the bomb pots. Players fold around to Orlando in the cutoff, looking at pocket tens. Got 304,000. He's just going to call the 3. Vu is going to try to punish limpers here. He's going to shove all 300,000 of his chips in. He's got only 10 bigs. I don't hate the play. It's going to be a hard call here for Orlando. Orlando's played very conservative throughout the tournament from what I've seen. Picked his spots well. Big decision here for him for his tournament life. Trying to get a read off of Vu there, and good luck with that. You never know what that man has. And he is going to put it in there. So a big call there for Orlando, looking that he's going to be in good shape. Great call for Orlando. This is going to be a big pot, 647,000. This is a tournament shifter for either one of these gentlemen. Ace 8. Looks like Orlando is going to be the one at risk here. No, Vu's going to be the one at risk here. Orlando just had Vu out chipped. Not by much, 3,000 chips, basically virtual stacks. Ace 8 versus pocket 10s. Queen 4 king. Vu needing an 8 or an ace. There's a 6. Ace and only an ace. And it is a jack. So Orlando choosing to gamble pays off. Eliminates one of the tougher players at the table. Vu would have taken that pot down. It would have been a problem for the table. But Orlando decides to gamble his spot and gets the rewards. Now a very close second in chips and provides some distance between himself and the rest of the field. Nate having 732, Orlando with 650, Jason at 372,000. Alfonso 336, Robert 240, Brad just under 200. But these players only one double up away from it being right back into the mix. Blinds of 15 and 30,000, so it's still anyone's game. Don't get me wrong, but there's not much room for limping around right now. You need to move those chips while you still have some of the fold equity against your opponents. Looks like they are talking about paying the bubble. There are 6 players remaining. Only 5 places get paid. And just like most tournaments, they decide to shave off a little bit of money from each one of the places and pay a bubble for all of their hard work, which, considering any one of these players here with the blinds this high could be the bubble, there's Robert putting up there 100 and everybody else agreeing here. So looks like they will be paying the bubble, $100 bill. Nothing wrong with that. It was a free roll after all. action is on Jason. Orlando called in the cutoff with the ace-10 offsuit with his newfound chips. Jason, queen-10 suited, really pretty hand, just 15 to make the call for the big blind. Alfonso choosing to check his option with a queen-deuce. Sharing a queen with Jason, but out tipped by the queen-10. 4-4 ace on this flop between these three players. Orlando flopping top pair. And it's going to check around here. Orlando choosing to slow play his ace. I don't mind it at all. There's another ace. Now he knows he needs to slow play this one here. Maybe give it one more check here. Alfonso's going to be one to stab at this one with the queen high. Orlando licking his chops. Unfortunately, his hand is going to be kind of face up no matter what after he makes this call. Can't. He's not going to get any more money out of either one of these players as Jason does fold and Alfonso will go ahead and probably surrender this hand as well. Took a stab at it. Valiant effort. He does check. Orlando now going to go ahead and bet it out, and his hand is going to be face up at this point, and Alfonso going to be letting this one go. And Orlando chooses to show the 10 with as diligent and careful as he's been playing the whole tournament. I don't think anybody who's been at his table believes for a moment that he didn't have ace-10 there. So, but he shows the 10 just to say that, hey, I can make moves. I can make moves, but as everyone will know later on with this video that, of course, he had the ace. But that's going to be enough to take the chip lead, if just barely, 740,000 to Nate's 732,000. Both players have a commanding chip lead over Jason in third place with 342, and then even a further on down ladder than that. And the blinds are up, which means this is bomb pot time, and it's a $10,000 ante bomb pot. That's going to be 60,000 in the middle. And the blinds will be going up in a few. The blinds will be going up to 20 and 40. So now's the time. Now's the time. Players need to wake up with some cards. Dealer Carlos dealing out 4 cards to each player. Going to put out 2 boards. 4 cards, 2 boards. Omaha rules high only. Must use 2 out of your hand and only 2. Must use 3 on the board, 2 in your hand. Take a look at some of these graphics here as I try to sort through what these players have. See a few players with an ace. 4, 6, 6, 9, 10 ace. Anybody have a 6 in their hand? I need to look. Some straight card opportunities on that top board. I don't see a 6 in the field. I do see Robert has pocket jacks, has some blockers to the straight on the top, and does have the boat on the bottom. So Robert with a hammerlock on that bottom board. We'll see if he can make any sort of money off this pot with anyone having anything on the top, since Robert has so much of it. Unfortunately for Robert, no one has the 6. If someone did have the 6, he would definitely be loving it a lot more. And Jason going to make the call here. King, Queen, 8, 7. So he's got some straight outs. Draw on the bottom, which we know is no good. We'll see if he plays it aggressively if he does hit a diamond on that bottom board. So opening straight on the top. Does not get there. A 3 does not complete it either. And it looks like Robert bet in the dark. We'll see if Jason wants to respond to anything here. Jason doesn't have much to call with. I don't think it's going to make a difference here. See how long it takes Jason to fold. Yeah, I don't think Jason even saw him bet. He bet it in the dark so quickly. Jason looking at calculating and trying to see if he made anything at all. Unfortunately, Jason, you did not. Looks pretty, but you're just not quite there on either one of them, and he does go ahead and lay that down. So big pickup there for Robert. I think he showed him the pocket jacks. If you know that he had that board on lock. Little did he know that he had the top board on lock as well, just with those pocket jacks. 6 players left. They have decided to pay the bubbles, so every one of these players is getting a little bit of their money back. This was a $1,500 guaranteed free roll tournament. It's a pretty good way to spend your Friday night without spending a whole lot of money, depending on how many times you actually rebuy and add on. But you can spend money in free rolls, but you can also spin it up and spend not much at all, if any. Nate here in the cutoff with ace 10. The suitor going to raise this one up to 85,000. Jason and Brad letting their blinds go. Will Brad not let it go yet? Does Brad want to make a stand here with the king 8? Feel like Nate maybe making a move? Yeah, he does go ahead and call. Interesting. So Brad is going to defend to his big blind here. 200K in the pot. We have a big pot here for Brad. He's only got less than 100 behind. Looking for a king or an 8 or a lot of spades. Queen 4-9. There's 2 of his spades. You may see this go ahead and go in here. Well, Brad's going to check. So Brad's going to get a free turn out of it. 6 on the turn. He's going to check. Brad trying to realize that equity does not quite get there. So the ace of Nate is going to go ahead and take that one down. Would have loved to have seen Brad put in that last 100 just to give himself a chance. Don't know if Nate would have come along. Didn't have much outs. But Brad got to see it all the way to the river for free and still has 100K remaining. So nothing wrong with that. Can find another spot to get that in and get a double or triple up and get right back into the mix with Jason, Robert, and Alfonso. Nate, now you're 100K over chip leader, 832,000 to Orlando's 730. Orlando letting the ace 10 go under the gun. Don't hate it. Going to be patient here. Alfonso on the button, going to raise this one up with his ace queen offsuit. Let's see what he makes it here. It's 40,000 to call. He's going to make it at least. He's going to showing all in here. Maybe they'll correct that. Now he only raised it to 80. Robert on the big blind, 40 more. Does he want to defend his big blind? He's wanting to see Alfonso's chip stack there. He does have Alfonso barely outchipped. But again, a king 8 offsuit, not much you can do. Does he want to call the 40,000 just to try to get to a flop and try to hit it? It's not a ton of chips to him. About a seventh of a stack. But he's already given up 40 if he does fold. 50-50. He does go ahead and try to see a flop here. So Alfonso going to be ahead with the ace queen offsuit. Robert defending his big blind with the king 8 offsuit. Carlos, 3 to a flop, heads up. 6-10 jack. Both players missing here, but Alfonso is still the best of it with the ace queen offsuit. Robert going to check his first action, and Alfonso follows up with the bet of 80,000, and he's going to take this one down. So Robert trying to defend his big there, get a little bit, make a stand there, but Alfonso with a good C bet on that flop. Blinds are 20 and 40,000. So 4 out of the 6 players don't have 10 bigs. This is a free roll tournament. The blinds go up. Things that start to get tilted. But they're playing for $500 up top. The next person out, they have agreed to pay the $100 to pay in the bubble. So the next person out is going to get $100. But a $500 first place prize, not a bad little hit for a free roll on a Friday night. That'll buy quite a few buy-ins for our summer jam next week. $65 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. A little $500 free roll win will pay for quite a few flights. Nate under the gun going to call the 40 with the queen deuce suited. He's going to fold around to Orlando, who's going to check his option with the 10-7 offsuit. Not real sure what Nate is doing here. Maybe he just likes queen deuce or wants to try to make a move onto the field. King at 10-8 rainbow. Orlando with middle pair. First act here. Checks it over, and Nate instantly bets out. So Orlando letting that one go. You get Nate feeling that he could outplay the 2 blinds, which he did. So the rich get a little bit richer, 892,000 in his stack. Jason's the only one that's really hasn't moved around too much, choosing to fold quite a bit, got a little bit of action out of one hand, but still maintains a little bit of a chip lead over Robert and Brad. Carlos dealing out to these 6 gentlemen. Jason under the gun, letting his hand go. Alfonso fold. Brad looking down at 5-8. Nothing doing it there. Robert on the button. 9 deuce. Battle of the blinds. Orlando queen deuce suited. See if he wants to defend his small or just let it go. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and give Nate the walk with pocket 7s. So good fold there as Nate was going to be raising that one up. Alfonso saving a little money there by letting it just go to the big blind. We want to thank everyone who has stuck around and or tuned in to the final table here of this $1,500 guaranteed and no limit hold'em free roll tournament with bomb pots. A little spicy twist to a normal no limit hold'em free roll tournament. Bomb pots every level change. About halfway through the level here before the next bomb pot. Alfonso under the gun here. Pocket 7 is going to raise this one up min click to 80,000. Just enough to maybe get through the blinds. Orlando on the button. King, queen off suit. Got an 1/8 of his stack. So he's going to go ahead and let that one go. Nate wakes up in the big small blind with nothing. Jason in the big blind with nothing. So Alfonso, uncontested, gets himself a free round of blind, which is huge at this stage of the tournament. He can now afford to fold his small and big that are coming up right now and still have the same stack he had a moment ago. Dealer Carlos resetting the hand, dealing out hand number 112 for the tournament. Good long tournament for this Friday night. Definitely get your values worth in chips. Some of the good things about here, the tournaments here at Poker House at Fort Worth, we don't force the issue with the blinds, don't get me wrong, but players can choose to play some poker. The tournament's not over in 2 hours. Allows for some good tournament play, which we love to encourage here. And we're going to have a little bit of a bigger pot here. Brad calling the 40,000 under the gun here. Nate on the button calling 40 with a jack 10 suited. Jason completing the small blind and Alfonso checking his option. So we're going to have 4 players to a flop. A lot of train wreck possible hands with some certain flops. 6, 7, queen, rainbow flop here. Alfonso, top pair. Gut shots for Brad and Nate with bottom pair. Alfonso going to bet this one out 50,000. Brad, a lot of good turn cards, but that's a lot. That's going to be all in or nothing for him. And he's going to let that one go and just try to pick a better hand to go all in with, as he has less than one big blind behind. Nate, kind of in the same predicament. Unfortunately, no spades out there for him to continue. Jason has bottom pair. Does he want to feel like it's good? Be for a quarter of chips. He does let it go, so Alfonso picks up a nice pot there with all the limpers. And much needed chips there. And I believe Brad is going to be all in the big blind here. So fingers crossed for him to pick up a good hand and get some chips back. He is all in for 34,000 if the count is correct, which it can get off on some of these pots. It does take a little bit to make sure that all the chips are correct, especially in tournament play. So Brad probably going to make sure that the cards are read by the reader, but might not even look at them himself. When you're all in, you just let it see what happens. Fortunately, it looks like he didn't make up with much here. Robert folding one of his sevens. Brad wakes up with 7-3 in the big blind all in. Robert folding one of his sevens. Orlando in the hijack. Might try to call 40 here just to try to eliminate a player. That's what he does with the Jack 10 off suit. Nate 6-4 suited in the cutoff. He's going to come along as well to try to eliminate a player. Jason folds his 10-7 on the button. Alfonso pocket nines. Is he going to give Brad some protection here? He is. He's going to raise this one up. So protection there for Brad with only one person to get through now, unless Nate or Orlando decide to call this pretty big raise. 140 to play. So he raised it 100 to each one of these players here. Orlando with the Jack 10 off suit. 2 overs, but we know that that's Jack 10's not going to be able to make that call. Nate there. Yeah, Nate lets it go. So that's going to be still going to be a pretty good pot there for Brad. He is all in here with Alfonso clearing out the field. Carlos making out these stacks here for the cameras. Alfonso going to get a little bit back, having Brad not have as much enough to cover the big blind. So Brad going to be needing a lot of help. Looking for a lot of sevens or threes to take the lead against these pocket nines. They're all in. Brad at risk with the 7-3 offsuit, all in his big blind. Nothing else he could do about it. Pocket nines. Ace, Trey, Jack. Brad does pick up some life here, needing a Trey or a 7. King on the turn. Brad down to one card to hit a 7 or a 3, or we're going to have our 6th place finisher. Deuce, very, very close there. So congratulations to Brad, who is going to get the $100 cash out there for the bubble pay. Played excellently throughout the entire tournament. And then we are down to 5. So 5 players left. 5 players left. We've got over $500 up top. 509 to be exact. Nice little payday for a Friday night free roll on a fun event. Players love this bomb pot tournament. 8 under the gun, going to fold is a queen, deuce. Jason folds Alfonso on the button. Actually, Jason hasn't folded quite yet, but probably will. He's been pretty discerning with his hands. Don't think he's going to get involved with the Jack 6 offsuit. Alfonso not waking up with anything. And Robert and the big blind all by himself. No one called. Had ace king suited. Begging for someone to put some chips in the middle. Picks up a big hand and gets no action.
At least you got the small blinds. Yeah, same scenario.
Bomb pot time. Pivotal bomb pot here late in this tournament. An opportunity to build up some stacks.
Work last night, so I'm on like 4 hours of sleep right now. Come on, shoot me. Let's first see his cards.
Deuce 4, deuce, king, queen, queen. Does anybody have a queen? Jason does have a queen. Looks like he's reaching for chips here.
So what's your He chose the minimum, but he's taking his bid, 75,000.
Jason with the queen and the deuce. Robert here really wanted to call with his king.
Starting at 60 now. Starting at 60.
I was like, why are you pointing at me?
Right. Big blind, what are you doing?
I was like, wait, did I put out a call?
Blind call. You're biting now. Walk again. Ace king. One king.
Lines are 30 and 60,000. It is now time. Nitty gritty. 5 players remaining, all in the money. Playing for $500 up top.
Interest on the share?
He gets what I win, and I get what he wins.
Well, that's if y'all win.
Well, we're winning money
I
already.
know.
I want to thank everyone for watching this $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em tournament with a bomb pot on us Friday night. We do this tournament every Sunday and Friday for the rest of the month, except for next week. But we'll have it Sunday in a couple days. But next Friday, we'll have the Summer Jam Friday night tournament. We'll be doing that all week long. The Summer Jam flights will supersede any of our normally scheduled tournament program. But to no complaint from most, since it's a $65 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Can't really beat that. Nate here in the small blind going to raise this up against Jason, trying to steal the big blind from him. But Jason decided to defend with the ace-5 offsuit. So big pot here, and Jason's going to spike the ace. So does Nate here? Yeah, Nate checks it. Jason jams it in. So Nate there trying to make a move there and gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I don't mind the move one bit when you're a chip leader. Try to throw it around a little bit. And that's going to give Jason some chips here. So the field is starting to all look pretty similar. Nate at 683, Alfonso at 613, Orlando at 571, Jason at 427, and Robert at 230.
Can you leave that this time? Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna leave you this.
Yeah, headset. All right.
Now it's official. Who is in the box?
Kahuna in the box. Maybe taking us down to a winner. Curious to see how Nate builds back from that attempted steal there. Again, nothing wrong with it. You've got to make moves here this late in a tournament. Speaking of which, Robert under the gun, King 10 offsuit, good enough to put the rest of his stack in, 230. Still has a little bit of fold equity in his stack. It's a good chunk of the rest of the field, so it's a good time to push while you still have it. Alfonso, the last one to get there in the big blind, ace 9 suited of spades, 130 more to him. He's got 550 in the stack. Does he want to gamble it here? Looking to see what it would cost him to make this call. And he does. So Robert and Alfonso. Robert the one at risk with the King 10 off suit. Ace 9 for Alfonso. 8, Jack 4. Good flop for Alfonso. Draw 8 on the turn. Queen on the river. And Alfonso's ace high is going to ever so slightly hold up. Robert had a good hand. Was still alive all the way to the end, but the ace high there of Alfonso is going to hold this one down. And so Robert is your 5th place finisher, who again played a fantastic tournament to get all the way down here to the top 5 in this Friday night tournament. He was actually dealing his table a little bit, played good selective poker to make it this far. But you start to have to get down. Once you get down to this level of the tournament, when the blinds are this high, you've got to win a few of those flips, as anyone who plays poker knows. 4 players left. Nate under the gun, 8-10 offsuit. Just limping in here with 68,000. Jason folding his button. Alfonso, who's at 800K in chips, just has to call in the small blind to Queen 9 suited. Orlando, it checks his option with the Jack deuce of spades. So we're going 3 ways to a big pot. Ace, 10, Trey, 2 diamonds. Alfonso here with a good-looking draw at it, but Nate is currently ahead with second pair. Can Alfonso let this one go? No, he doesn't. He's going to go ahead and make that call. So we're going to have another pot, another tournament swinging pot here. Alfonso looking for a queen or a diamond. No help on the turn, a 5 of hearts. Does Nate want to continue the pressure here? He's reaching for chips. He does bet 150,000. It's a big pot. I don't think Alfonso can fold quite yet. These are the gambles you have to take. Oh, and he does let it go. I think if you're going to call 100 on that flop, you got to call 150 on the turn. There's just too much money in the middle. So a big chip swing there for Nate, even without having to dodge a diamond. That's going to put Nate at 900,000 and knocking Alfonso down to 673. Orlando at 511, Jason at 397. So every one of these players just one good pot away from being close to the chip lead, if not the chip lead. Tough swing there for Alfonso. Nate getting some of those chips back. Jason McGunn going to fold his 9-6. Folds all the way around, and Nate going to get the walk there. Blinds are big and too big, a.k.a. 30,000, 60,000. Only 2 players even has 10 big blinds. They are hanging on for those ladders. 220 for third, 355 for second, and 509 for first place. Not a bad Friday night for a free roll. And quite a few cash tables going out on the outer tables here on this Friday night. So if you're listening or watching nearby, plenty of poker still left to be played here at Poker House Fort Worth. If you find yourself out and about, plenty of cash games going on. Orlando has been very meticulous and particular. On the button, pocket 8s. Going to just call the 60. Nate going to complete the small one with the 5-3 offsuit. Jason checking his option with the queen 4 offsuit. So Orlando needing to dodge a queen. 5-4 king. That's going to give Nate second pair and Jason at bottom pair. And Orlando's just going to check this one through. 7 onto the turn. Pocket eights still got to be feeling good after that check through on that flop. Nate here going to stab with his third pair, and it may not scare off Orlando. 75,000. Jason might even come along here since he does have the bottom pair, and he does. So that could scare Orlando with 2 callers. So he does go ahead and let that go. 1 caller, 1 better, sure, but betting a call, it's kind of hard there with the pocket eights. Seeing that king on the river makes him probably wish he had those cards back. But it's going to be on Nate. Does he want to continue to try to put the pressure here on Jason? Jason's only got bottom pair. He's basically got a bluff catcher here. And he is going to try to look up Nate, but he's going to be wrong. Nate does have the 5, and he's going to be the first player over the million chip mark. So the 5 does beat the pair of 4s. Like I said, Jason just having the bluff catcher there in case Nate was getting out of line again. I understand the logic. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for Jason. So now it's time for him to make a move. Now down under 200K. He's got about 162,000 left in his stack. And Nate, the first player to crack 1 million, is up to 1.2 million after that pot. Alfonso, 673,000. Orlando at 421. And Jason now down at the bottom with 162,000 in chips. Orlando going to be the first one to act. He does fold. Nate with the king at 9 of clubs. Just going to make the call. See if he can come along here. Jason looks down at queen at 10 of diamonds, reaching for chips. Is he just going to complete here, or did he go all in? Looks like he's just completing. So Alfonso has the option here on the big blind. He's the one going to raise this up here. It looks like he's putting 100,000 on top of the 60. Nate, who just got a lot of these chips, can't afford the call, and he does go ahead and make the call. So Jason's either all in or fold, and he does go ahead and put it all in. He only had a little more than 100 behind, and I don't hate the move. He's actually going to get both players are sort of obligated to call that little bit more. So Jason is set to have a full double if he can find a queen or a 10 or a lot of diamonds. Deuce 7 tray, no help. Except for, well, Alfonso has the middle pair. There's the 2,000 last little bit from Jason, who just might have said call. A little more than 2,000, not much more. Not enough for Alfonso to fold. Alfonso does make the call. Might even bring Nate all around. It's not much more to him just to see the rest of the run out. Wouldn't make much sense to fold here, so he does have to call the last 27,000. So now Jason is all in and at risk against Alfonso and Nate, needing a queen or a 10. Jack, no help there. Goes check to a river. River board pairing tray. Alfonso can have the 3 and the check mark on the hand. And Jason is going to be your 4th place finisher. Played very good poker all day long. Was very patient. Picked his spots. Well played there by Jason. And that's going to put Alfonso around the 1 million mark. So Alfonso and Nate, both very close in chip stacks here. And then there was Orlando, stuck in between the 2 monster stacks, quite literally. So well played by Jason. 4th place, good showing, good Friday night. Like I said, picks up a few $100 for his efforts. And now we are down to the final 3. Second place is $355, and first place is a little over $500, $509 to be exact. Alfonso in the small blind queen 4 offsuit. Goes ahead and gives the walk there to Orlando. Does not want to. And Orlando had pocket queens. How unfortunate. Picks up a fantastic hand, and both of the big chip stacks are just like, we don't want to play this hand. Poor guy. Needed somebody to have something there. So Nate, 1.04. Alfonso, 1.02. and Orlando at 451. So he's one double up away from swapping places with one of these guys in the monster stack category. Alfonso, first one to act, Queen 8 offsuit on the button. Going to let that one go. Orlando looking at a Queen 6, going to give the walk there to Nate. He's going to pick his spot here. He's been, like I said, really selective on the hands he wants to get involved in, and definitely wants to pick his spot. Alfonso now on the button. The big stacks are in the blinds. Picks up ace 9 offsuit. Pretty good hand at 3-handed, but goes ahead and throws that one into the muck. Nate, ace 6 offsuit. Let's see if these guys want to tangle too much with each other with Orlando kind of short. Yeah, no, he goes in, raises up, and the immediate fold there. So Orlando now down to 361,000. Alfonso and Nate floating back and forth around the 1 million mark. Alfonso picking up a real hand here on the button. King, Queen, offsuit. He's just going to make the call here. Orlando looking down at 4 deuce. Unfortunately, has to let that one go. Nate, the King 5, checks his option. So the big stacks will battle here. 9, Jack, 8. Pretty big action flop here. But Nate does the check and trying to make Alfonso check. Oh, Nate snap calls. Interesting. Interesting play here. We'll see if that affects Alfonso here. Let's see, what was the bet here? Yeah, big bet. Big bet. We got, they're not playing nice with one another. There's the 10. So that's going to be the queen for the both of them. But Alfonso with the king high. What a dirty, dirty hand. Wow, Alfonso bet. Nate goes all in. Alfonso snaps. Huge misstep here in ICM for those that know what that means. And Nate is going to give his most of his entire chip stack over to Alfonso, who just wakes up with the nightmare king, queen, the only hand that Nate does not want to see turned over with the 1 card straight on the board. Big, big, big hand here. Holy cow. And Orlando is just sitting back watching these 2 massive stacks clash. And the cannonball that hits Nate's stack brings him down to roughly 300K. Might be right there close to where Orlando is. So Alfonso with that, the only hand that Nate doesn't want to see. The only hand that Nate doesn't want to see. They both had the queen for the 1 card straight on the board. 8, 9, a jack. 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10 jack. But Alfonso actually has the king high straight with the king, queen holding. So the only hand that Nate didn't want to see, might have thought Alfonso was kind of bullying him around there, but they both pick up that miracle gut shot straight. But Alfonso with the king queen, huge swing there. That's tough. That is very tough. So let's see what the updated chip count is here. Actually, they're going to play. They're going to play a bomb pot. That makes it even worse. That's what this tournament is. That is the spice of the tournament is a bomb pot. And now we're going to have to play it where Alfonso has 1.88 million in chips. Orlando and Nate both down around the 300K mark. Orlando actually has Nate slightly out chipped now. We have to leave some room for error with tournament play and chip stacks. But Nate and Orlando are virtually even with essentially 1/6 of the chip stack of Alfonso. So big swing. Big swing there. And now we're going to play a bomb pot. King, Jack 10 on this top board. Ace, Jack 4 on the bottom board. Lots of diamonds out here. See if any of these players are holding diamonds. None of them, it looked like on the screen flash there. We'll dig into their cards further as the graphics sort of catch up. Looks like Alfonso's going to bet here. Queen 9 is 6-4. 2 pair on the bottom, straight on the top. Orlando doesn't have anything, has to let that one go. Yeah, and Nate's going to fold that there. So Alfonso just had too much of it there. Straight on the top, 2 pair on the bottom. So, yeah, Alfonso with 1.92, Orlando with 311, and Nate with 274. Like I said, you have to leave a small, slight room for error on the chip counts. But I think even with the room for error there, Orlando's going to have more chips than Nate. So in the all-in situation here in the next couple hands, Nate's going to be the one at risk. But the blinds are 40 and 80,000 now. So it's massive. The chip stacks can swing for either one of these players. And we'll see if Alfonso leans on either one of these players. Orlando on the button here, picking up ace 10. Does he go ahead and put it in here? Yes, he does. Does Nate want to go ahead and try to gamble? Compete with the only stack that he can? No, he's going to fold it there. So Orlando showing his ace 10. We don't get to see the holdings of Alfonso, but Orlando picking up both blinds there. The 120,000 pickup there, which is almost half a stack. So a lucky pickup there on the button to pick up the both small and big blind to be able to survive another 3-hand orbit and still have his chips. So Nate definitely the shorter stack here, but luckily he has the button this hand. Maybe he can wake up with something to steal the blinds back. Again, the blinds are 120,000 in totality. So, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't get anything on the button there. He's going to have to fold that hand there. Alfonso, small blind, it goes in and lets that walk. No reason to build up any of the stacks there and the opponents. So just like that, Orlando picks up 220. This is almost a double up, or really close to it. 1.8 million for Alfonso, 471,000 for Orlando, 234 for Nate. Big stack on the button. Can he put the pressure on the blinds, or does he just let them duke it out? King 6 offsuit on the button. Looks like he is reaching for some chips. Just going to make the call here. Wants to play some post-flop poker with the short stacks. Looks like Orlando laid his small blind down, Queen 7 offsuit. Looks like Nate has shoved all in here. Oh, no, he just put in the big blind, goes in, checks his option, King 4. So both players sharing a king. 6-4 are the kickers, respectively, for Alfonso and Nate. So Kahuna giving us a flop, king high flop. This is going to be it, but there's a lot of opportunities going on. Alfonso's going to probably bet. No, there goes check. They're going to both slow play the top pair. 5 on the turn. The 6 is still playing for Alfonso. All in for Nate. Alfonso calls. And Nate here needing a big card. Actually, he can't even hit a big card. That 5 was a dagger for Nate. He needed a card bigger than a 6 there on the turn to try to stay alive for a chop. So Nate looking for, pretty much for deuce. That 6 is going to play. King, king, 10, 6. Tough, tough, tough turn card there. So Nate runs into the big cooler to take third place here in this $1,500 guaranteed tournament with bomb pots. Played well, made some good moves, got caught a couple times, got away with it a couple times. Definitely an experienced, good tournament player. The like I said, the tough cooler on the queen high single card straight board, and Alfonso just happens to have the queen king, the only hand that he doesn't want to see him turn over to shift over those chip stacks. So tough one there, tough one there. Nate's going to want a couple of those hands back, but played really well to get to where he was in third place there, finish. We're going to do a quick chip recount here to see where they're at. And play continues on. Heads up. Playing for $500 up top. Orlando on the button goes ahead and folds his first hand. Alfonso with the goods. Lines are 40 and 80. Orlando can only survive a few here. But Alfonso's going to give him a little bit. No need to necessarily or unnecessarily double him up here. I like Orlando's play, especially here at the final table. Basically navigated his way up the ladder just by kind of staying out of the way, picking up some hands here and there and getting some chips to keep himself alive, and just kind of sneakily snuck up the ladder to get himself at least a second place pay. Looking to get some big double ups and maybe take down that $500 plus top prize. He's on the button with King 9. Yeah, it said continues to play discerning poker, picking his spots for him. And Alfonso's play has definitely been impressive. He showed a lot of aggression early, got involved a lot, made some good lead-in bets to put pressure on opponents, won a couple flips to build up a chip stack and put it to use. And his image definitely helped him get that call from Nate. Of course, I don't think Nate's ever going to fold that hand anyway. When you're three-handed and it's one card to a straight on the board, and the other person just happens to have the two cards straight on the board. So Orlando going to slow play the ace-10 here. King, deuce, 5, 2 hearts. Let's take a look here. Kind of flash here. Orlando, yeah, he's got the 10-7 offsuit. He's going to have to let this one go. So Alfonso going to pick up a few chips there from Orlando. So both players 355 for second and 509 for first. Again, a $500 plus prize pool on first place on a Friday night free roll. Not bad at all. Alfonso going to be the first act here on the button with a 10 deuce. See if he wants to start applying some pressure. Orlando's pretty. No, he's going to go ahead and shove it in with the queen jack, and Alfonso's got a call here. No, he instantly lays it down. Alfonso not going to give Orlando chips lightly here. He knows Orlando does not put his chips in lightly. So Alfredo being meticulous here. Orlando at 350,000, Alfonso at 2.1 million. So Orlando definitely has the uphill battle, but while Alfonso does have him massively outchipped, Alfonso doesn't want to really give Orlando any chips. He knows Orlando has been playing really well, hand selection really well. But here he's going to call with the 9-8 offsuit. Alfonso with the queen at 9 suited. Does he want to put further pressure here on Orlando? He does raise him up. So Orlando might have stepped into it here. Shouldn't limp in on the button. He definitely has the respect of Alfonso and the rest of the table while he's been here at this final table, and his limp in there could signify some pretty exploitable weakness there from Alfonso. That's why he's raising this one up, and Orlando needs to figure out if this is the case. But even if he does, the 9-8 offsuit does put him behind way more often than not. And he does go ahead and fold that there. So, the Orlando there, knowing it probably shouldn't limp in there, just probably should either let that one go or go ahead and make Orlando or Alfonso commit to his whole stack. Orlando's in play, rather. The blinds are 40 and 80, so not many missteps can be had by Orlando here. He needs to catch some holding here. Alfonso first act, king 5, goes and puts Orlando all in. Does Orlando call here? Yeah, Orlando does go ahead and call, so he's going to go ahead and just try to make a stand. Knows he's got to eventually. Alfonso here going to be ahead with the king 5. Would like to see Orlando just hang on just a little bit longer. He's played so well here at this final table about picking and choosing his spots. And I think that 8-9 limp in there kind of forced his hand now to where he decided he needed to make a move when he could have just laid that one down. I think that one sort of knocked him backwards a little bit. Orlando, ace at 5-5, looking for a queen or a 4. No help on the turn. Jack on the river is going to seal this deal up. Fist bumps there, much deserved. Well played by both of these players. And Alfonso, your winner of the $1,500 guaranteed no limit hold'em free roll tournament with bomb pots on a fantastic tournament here on this Friday night at Poker House Fort Worth. Just well played all the way around. And I've watched him play throughout the room, him and Orlando both. They definitely deserve their first, second place finishings there. And I'm loving this tournament. This has been a good tournament, and I hope it continues to be a good tournament. We've got them on Sundays and Fridays. This $1,500 guaranteed free roll with the bomb pots. It adds just that a little bit of excitement to the tournament, and it is a free roll. And you can get in very, very cheap. You can kind of spend what you want to spend on the tournament. But if we keep having turnouts like this, it's worth it to spend a little bit into it. You're going to get that 3,000 chips for free just for being a member. Optional $10 instant bonus for 7,000 in chips, giving you a $10,000 chip stack for $10. That's it. A $10 instant bonus gets you 10,000 in chips to play in this tournament, and then you can re-enter or rebuy into the tournament for only $25. At the end of registration, you can do a $50 add-on for $50K in chips or $75 for $100K in chips. That'll give you plenty of chips to navigate these bomb pots that happen every single level change. Like I said, I'm very excited about this tournament. Looking forward to see what Sunday it brings on that. But after this Sunday, we're going to have our normal Monday tournaments as well, but we're all looking forward to Tuesday. Cannot talk about it enough. The Summer Jam 2 starting next Tuesday, August 20th at 6 p.m. is going to be Flight A. It's only a $65 entry fee tournament for a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. It's an amazing, amazing tournament. We ran it back in June. It had almost a $70,000 prize pool, over 1,200 entries between the two clubs. These flights will be running concurrently between Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. You can play in either location, bag and tag your chips, and come back to day 2, August 25th, here at Poker House of Fort Worth. Last time we came back to Poker House Peaks. This time we're bringing it to Burleson here just south of Fort Worth. We're going to be right here on these channels, on this table you just witnessed, to carry it all the way down to see who takes the lion's share of that prize pool. Again, 8 flights next week, starting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 1 flight per day, 6 p.m. Friday, we're going to have a flight D at noon, flight E at 6 p.m. So 12 and 6 on Friday. And then Saturday, the big day, the moving day, 12, 6, and a 10 p.m. turbo flight. You need to have 2 bags. You want to get 2 bags to bring them together to give yourself the best run on that day 2. And if you can happen to get that 3rd bag on those 8 flights, an instant $500 triple bag bonus paid on day 2, which is a great return on a $65 entry tournament, and not to mention the $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. So everyone, mark your calendars next week, just a few days away. Tuesday is flight A. Get in early, get in often, get those bags early. You can take 2 of them to day 2 and get that 3rd bag within those 8 flights for that $500 triple bag bonus paid on day 2. Like I said, great return. Both of these clubs, Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks, going to be hosting all 8 of these flights simultaneously. You can play in either one and end up back here at Poker House Fort Worth on day 2, August 25th, for that $50,000 guaranteed, at least $50,000 guaranteed prize pool for only a $65 entry fee. Cannot wait for that. But we still have a couple days to play in some other tournaments. We've got the $2,000 guaranteed tournament tomorrow, Saturday, 7 p.m. It's been a fun tournament, really good turnout for that. I believe we had almost a $3,000 prize pool last Saturday. And then again, the Bomb Pot tournament on Sunday, the one you just watched, and excited to see the trend on that as well. And then our Monday normal $1,500 guaranteed tournament, not to mention the $500 lunchtime free rolls the next 3 days. Like I said, then we're going to be running those all the way through until Thursday. So the $500 lunchtime free rolls, and those have been turning out amazing. We had over $1,300 on today's lunchtime free roll. So tons and tons and tons of stuff going on here at Poker House Fort Worth. Check out our Facebook for everything we have going on. Look forward to the $50,000 guaranteed tournament next Tuesday. Send us a message if you have any questions. But thank you for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth live on Facebook and YouTube. Hope to see you guys here at least next week for this Summer Jam 2 right here in Fort Worth or at Poker House Peaks.